Trace liberos of figura la vida. Cyber, metal, strong. This is our love and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the Lord. All I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man, every woman is a star. All I 3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has a right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has a right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will, and where and with whom he will. Highlight 51. Five man has a right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Five man has a right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Five man has a right to kill those who thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. Highlight 51. You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of the limo liberals of figure la vie. Trace liberals of figure la vie. Cyber, metal of the Alistair Crowley. Liberals of figure la vie. Concourse. Alistair Crowley, liberals of figure la vie. Alistair Crowley, liberals of figure la vie. Liberals of figure la vie. Liberal, the Lord is strong. This is our Lord and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the Lord.
Wow, she was on the stage and had him arrested.
Do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man, every woman is a star. All I 3. There is no God but man. One man has a right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has a right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. All our 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slave shall serve. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. All our 51. Trace Liver owes a figure Olivia. Sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley Liberos of figure Olivia. Concordance Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberos of figure Olivia. Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberos of figure Olivia.
Johnson, give him a fist bump.
The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy
Oh, I don't have music on this one.
of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do. To work as he will. To play as he will. To rest as he will. To die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will. To drink what he will. To dwell where he will. To move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will. To speak what he will. To write what he will. To draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will. To dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. LI 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who withhold these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love is the law. Love under will. LI 57. You are here. And the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical livers of Thelema Liber. Os of figure Olivia. Trace Liber Os of figure Olivia. Sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberos of figure Olivia. Concordance Alistair Crowley. Liberos of figure Olivia. Alistair Crowley Liberos of figure Olivia. Alistair Crowley lit. Alistair Liberos of figure Olivia. Liberos of figure Olivia. The law world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Olai 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that haunt, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, measured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous tongue. Beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weave the vow that was uttered, still very sorry. A secret communion, measured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous soul. Ten lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mysteries spin, illuminate fate. Get the whispers, the will to start. Dogma answers with wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, all the 10 lights, guiding through these ponders deep and wide. Understanding walks by her side. Chessed's mercy, soft and kind. Geber's strength will sharpen the mind. Tifar it shines. The jewels gleam. The harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dances where Netzack stays. Splendor in heart and gilded rays. Yes, grounds the trembling soul. Mount withstands the ultimate goal. The tin light, the tin lights, blazing trails through shattered heights. From the crown to the kingdom's floor, the tree of life where wisdom Ten lights shimmer, ten lights fade, guiding hearts through paths they've made. Circle by circle, step by step, the secrets kept, the secrets
So if you are a conjoined twin, does that give you 4 personalities?
Pillar of mercy, it leans to the right. A whisper of kindness in the shadowed night. While the pillar of severity stands so stern, balancing lessons we're meant to learn. Oh, the middle pillar where we meet, a rhythm of jazz, bittersweet, not too soft, not too strong, the melody where we all belong. One side forgives like a mother's embrace. The other demands, sets a challenging pace. Yet here in the center where opposites blend, we find the steady tune, a dance of the sun, the pull of the moon, the middle pillar where we meet, a rhythm of jazz, bittersweet, not too soft, not too strong, the melody where we all belong. Mercy and severity, they waltz in time. Cosmic duet, a balance sublime, and in this shadow we softly sing, finding our place in the song they bring. 10 lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mystery spin, illuminate fate. Together whispers the will to star. Chalk my answers with wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, oh, the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. Beauty and mercy, strength so true, a splendorous path to journey through. Final ponders, deep and wide, understanding walks by her side. Chases mercy, soft and kind. Give her a strength, will sharpen the mind. Ziffer it shines, the jewels gleam. The harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dances when nets at stays. Splendor and heart in gilded rays. Yes, it grounds a trembling soul. Malkuth stands the ultimate goal. The 10 lights, oh, the 10 lights, blazing trails through shadowed heights. From the crown to the kingdom's glow, the tree of life where wisdom flows. 10 lights shimmer, 10 lights its fate, guiding hearts through paths they've made, circle by circle, step by step, the secrets kept, the secrets kept. By the mystical union of fairy and fowl, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn. A secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The restless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep. A secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous time. In the dark, it starts so small. A spark so faint, it's barely there at all. Tiny hands hold the universe in place. The stars, the dreams, the endless space. What's left when the vastness fades? A single grain, a world remains, one grain of sand. Empires fall, they slip away. Kingdoms crumble, dust at play. But in the palm of fragile life holds the promise of endless night. One grain of sand in my the start of everything, the end of everything. One grain of sand, it all begins again. Was it all in vain to lost the pain or just this grain? In the dark, it starts so small. A spark so faint, it's barely there at all. Tiny hands hold the universe in place. The stars, the dreams, the endless space. What's this when the vastness fades? A single grain, a world remains. play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has a right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. strong, this is our Lord, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Pudarabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, into the gates of Rome before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable end, which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contest with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Bourbon, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favored leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confine justified in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace. Cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation. Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue. Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk. Let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government. Let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declared.
Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements do the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion, by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
There's 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Core frigid, thus thou mayst the board, the fidget babes, the teeth, the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. On one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Still that ecstasy prolonged, the meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
All these things in one about time, at the midnight blossom flowers, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, no shall not do amiss.
It's our strain, the expression shook thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name for silent stress, even of inside consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance echoes far, O brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst aboard the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well till I be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense of service and entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of analysis.
6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong,
Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lest all these things in one are power. Time, let the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this,
My son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame straight and unspurred, burn up my being in one word. Next to that ecstasy, prolong my meditation, sleep and song. Slaying even God should he distract our attention from the chosen act. Bless all these things and water and power to make the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. The utility of a confederacy, as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages. It has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated the observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiment of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics. The standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Not Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative, either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America.
To the people of the state of New York, a firm union will be of the utmost moment to the peace and liberty of the states, as a barrier against domestic faction and insurrection. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrasts to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. If momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy, they at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produce them have been so justly celebrated. From the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society, and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which have flourished for ages, have, in a few glorious instances, refuted their gloomy sophisms, and I trust America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of republican government were just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the cause of that species of government as indefensible. The science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state or the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle and its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, or watch whatever kind of TV program or movies. Because when once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also
No, but some most people leave it, that's fine. But real quickly, I want to give Blake in here. Right. I want to give Blake, you up here? Yeah, he's up here. So, Blake, you were just talking the other day, 2 days ago, with Goat about the
crime stats, and I don't know if you found out by now, but Pamela, the same day, Pamela Smith was exposed for manipulating the numbers. Her command, the people that's under her, was basically saying, hey, yeah, she's told us several times to, not report the crimes. So you guys was right, ironically. And of course, GOAT, which he doesn't give a shit, the rest of his base, they knew that the numbers are false. Like, they knew this shit is happening. The same thing for crime stats. The list goes on. There's so many false stats. Matter of fact, I've debated GOAT several times on the aspect of Asian hate crimes being false. He gave me some article that said Asian hate crimes occur more from white on Asian than black on Asian, which is a blatant fucking lie. The article was bullshit. It just basically said when whites and Asians have a dispute, they register as hate crimes. So basically, if a white guy have a conflict with an Asian person, it's considered a hate crime. Well, it's like it's not even a fucking arrest. Like, what do you? So how you get these numbers? Oh, there's so-called reports. And reports are something you can just make up. But you're not talking about actual people, killing people, robbing people, assaulting people, etc. So they go off a lot of shit. It's just not true. But I just thought I'd bring it up because you guys had that conversation a few days ago, and I just want to know if you knew that because I knew you was going back and forth with him.
Well, they had the conversation started because they read an article that was tiptoeing around that. So I don't know if a news story had broke after.
Oh yeah, literally a news story that night. That's a news story. So y'all had it earlier that day. That same night, that story broke. Yeah, I'll give it to you now. I'll message you the story.
That's cool, man. That's crazy, and I'm glad that some things are coming to the light. But I just, I ain't gonna lie. Brad, Sid kind of know, man. What's up? Shout out to Sid.
What's up, Blake? Merry Christmas, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas, man. You got your present already. You got you God's greatest gift, a girl. A baby girl. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
There you go, man.
Blake, I was going to find out why I am the way I am. Blake, exactly why I am.
He gonna find out why we so unhinged. Like he about to figure it all out. Like, you think you cool now, bro? You just so cool. You know what I'm saying? Cool things, but bro. Yeah, it's on, dog. Welcome to the Thunderdome. But yeah, man. It makes you crazy because the world that we gotta bring them up in. It's just crazy, man. I wasn't surprised at all, man. They were in that room starting that conversation based off of an article that came out where they were tiptoeing around that, like trying to admit something. And maybe they were just trying to get ahead of the story now that you say that, an article broke. Because the news article was by CNN, and they were just basically trying, how they admit stuff, but try to, lightly justify it, give you reasons why it's not nefarious that it happened like that. It's just a mistake, and this is a factor, and try to give you a bunch of factors that may be plausible, but for the most part, it's just trying to get ahead of the story.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like you at the
trying to mitigate the fallout
or create doubt before it breaks. Go ahead.
Yeah, you at the bar, right? And then you're saying you find yourself trying to holler at some you got some girls around you, little lady or something like that, and then your girl's best friend walk in.
Is it me or he went out?
I was saying,
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's like being at the bar. You know what I'm saying? With some girls you ain't supposed to be up there with, and then your girl's best friend walk in at the same time. See you with that girl. You go try to get ahead of the story. You know what I mean? You go hurry up and get on the phone. You go come up with something that's it's the truth, but it's not all the truth. And I'm not surprised. There's some crazy stuff going on up here in Minnesota, though, man. They just last week. This is how they not really serious about crime or protecting citizens. Because last week they released this story. The Minneapolis Police Department released a story about they wasn't even a story. They just put it on their Facebook page. The Minneapolis Police Department put this on their Facebook page, and it wasn't even a news story. It didn't make the news. Nobody's talking about it. but they basically released a statement saying that if you see a missing 35-year-old Somali man, Hassan Khalid, has been missing, last seen at the Hennepin County Medical Center in an orange scrub. And that's how they released the information to the public. They saying that the man was last seen and is now missing, and the last time he was seen was at a medical facility wearing an orange scrub, like like that's what patients actually wear. Like, when the last time any of y'all seen somebody at a hospital wearing an orange scrub?
Yo, I just caught that late. I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, he's a fucking. Yeah, he broke out. Yeah, he's What kind of shit? Why would the police? Never mind. I shouldn't.
What I heard was it was on Facebook, which means that nobody's watching the news anymore. Thank God, right? Like you normally you put that on the news or like on TV. No one's even watching TV anymore. Therefore, everything is coming through a filtered fucking medium, which is
it's even worse.
Social media.
It's even worse, Albert. No, it wasn't even that it went viral on the net or not on social media or nothing like that. No, it's the police department, so paid that released this. Instead of it being a free to the public, and hey, we just got out of this, broke out of prison. We gonna, but instead of just keeping it real like that, they gonna say, like you're saying, missing, and want us to be all sympathetic, like this some missing 10-year-old kid. We talking about 35-year-old bro missing 48 hours. What's the rush? What happens when one of our homeboys cousins go missing for when our police part? They don't tell you
locked up. He was locked up.
I'm saying that
took him to the hospital. No, look, they took him to the hospital for some care, and they wasn't watching him, and his ass escaped from the goddamn hospital. The people are stupid, man. They will believe any fucking thing that you fucking feed them if you plate that shit right? Motherfuckers will believe any fucking thing. That nigga is a fucking escapee at the end of the day. He's a fugitive.
I'm surprised you ain't heard nothing about that, Brad.
I heard. I'm actually being asked to take a look at the situation with over $1 billion in missing appropriated claims and stuff like that to try to figure out where and what went wrong. So it's really weird that, even Minnesota's a governing body, unbeknownst to Waltz, is like reaching out and asking for entities to come in and take a look at these misappropriated medical claims and policies that they've had going on to see how this was able to be done. But I mean, we'll see how this develops. But I'll probably end up having to go up to Minnesota at some point to go meet with all the parties involved and figure out why this is, because
Brad's gonna solve it. He's gonna go meet with all the parties.
You see me in a room where
motherfucker's a judge.
People have gotten hurt because of somebody.
He's gonna bring all the Somalis to town and say, "We gotta meet up, everybody. We gotta talk about this." This fucking goofball. What the fuck is he talking about?
I know how Dearborn. I know that's another little hot pocket.
You know that story.
Brad, you should see over in Massachusetts they're doing some SNAP investigations. They just found 2 convenience stores that have logged like $750,000 each in SNAP benefits, and they don't have anything on the shelves.
I was gonna say, I actually think there's a high possibility they let that fucking dude go. Like, not even escape. They probably, like you said, they could have dropped the ball, been negligent, not giving a fuck. Or, because keep in mind, if you word it that way, it's not like you putting a sense of urgency on catching this person. It's like you were kind of okay with them being gone. You're just covering bases. Like, yeah, we told the public, we put on our Facebook, but you just say, hey, an inmate escaped. That would be direct language. You made it seem like this person just happened to be lost, like it's a fucking position of concern.
They don't want to categorize him as a fucking fugitive because it will reflect bad on the community. Well, it will reflect bad on them. So they're trying to do a PR damage. Not PR damage. Y'all know what the fuck I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we got
CIA mode.
And guess who in town right now, too? You know who in town up here, right?
Ilhan Omar.
No. Guess who? We got some visitors in town right now. Who?
Right? My name's like
Yeah, just yeah, they up here. They up here right now. And the mayor of Minneapolis, the mayor of St. Paul, and the governor have got on, and the chief of police of Minneapolis went on stage and spoke to them. Now they can go on stage and speak to the Minnesotan public about this to let the Somalians know, we got your back. Wink, wink. We're at a point where this old Frey is trying to do, Mayor Fry trying to do speaking Somali. Talking about some reading from a paper, talking about some wine, hallelujah. Like, dude, just pathetic.
Yo, Mayor Fry, this little curly-headed dude that was doing the Cupid shuffle.
Yeah,
that's on the BLM riots, right?
Yeah, he was the one marching in and then got his ass called out because they were like, end the police, defund and give all the money back to the citizens. And then they were like, Jacob Fry, what do you think about that? Like, get rid of the police. And he was like, I gave you the 3rd precinct, man. You burned it to the fucking ground. Like, what do you want me to do now?
Bro, he was crying on his knees at George Floyd's grave.
He was kissing his casket. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, wow, what a fucking sad little man. Jeez.
Dude, I can't even call him what I want to call him right now because I got ears around him, bro. He's a little bundle of sticks.
Well, you could just refer back to my room yesterday that you tried to calm me down in, Blake, and I pretty much said everything you're going to say. I said it yesterday for those that missed it.
The only reason you want to Jacob Fry is because there's a Somali clan culture.
It's so funny.
Omar Fateh, he's Hawija, and then the vast majority in Minneapolis are Dorot, Illinois people, so they rather vote for a white Jewish guy, Jacob Fry, instead of a Dorot leading Hawija, because the Hawija think they're better than the Dorot. So they've imported in the Somali clan culture. That's why Somalia is a failed state, because they can't get along, because it's not a nation state like America, like where you have like different states, different people, whatever. It's a clan-based society. So when people are like, well, how did a white Jewish guy win in Minneapolis? I'm like, he didn't win because he's such a good mayor. He won because the other guy happened to be the wrong clan of the vast majority of Somalians in that in the little city. And then when he ate that food, they gave him, it's called full musul. It's literally like the nastiest fucking beans, and it's mashed up with rice in between and everything else like that. No meat, they didn't even make lamb. And the motherfucker tried to look like he enjoyed the food. I think the Somalis are even trolling that fool, It's the funniest thing ever. But that's how we won Jacob Fry, because the other Somalis would rather vote for a non-Somali person than Hawija instead of a Darod person. It's just a fact. I think Americans don't realize that we've imported in foreign wars. That I don't think you Americans realize you imported in foreign wars into your own country, and I don't think people understand what's happening, because like some of us have to down there next door, and I knew Jacob Fry is gonna win because Hawija will never gonna win. The vast majority of Somalis, they don't have the numbers. That's just a fact.
They weren't going to win anyway because everybody around, even in Minneapolis, so here's the other issue that they didn't account for when they were saying, he's moving. You had some leftists that really thought he was going to win. They were like, Mandani 2.0. But reality is, you didn't have the Hispanics. You didn't have the Black Americans. You didn't have the Nigerian Americans. You didn't have fucking the white people. They sure as shit weren't wanting the Somalis because they're sick and tired of their little girls getting fucking attacked. Black people were like, fuck no, you motherfuckers. You made us look like fucking assholes burning down shit, stealing shit, because you guys were at the front of the fucking line. Yeah, there were degenerates, there were white degenerates and black degenerates all through that. But the majority of them, they were the fucking Somalis. That target that you got on CNN right there, that was all Somalis. So these guys were like, even black Americans were like, oh my God, just stay fucking home. Just go away. This isn't your play. and they're out there screaming, "Oh yes, racism, racism," and they're the only group in America that got a carte blanche. They got ESL classes, they got housing, they got money, they got utilities, they got clothes, they got fucking medicine, they got education, they got educational grants, they got college grants, they got homes, they got everything handed to them. Out of all the groups in America, they're the only ones that got fucking like everything you can ask for. Like, I'll just move and somebody's gonna take care of me for like years, and they got it in Minnesota, and now they're like, they were the ones out there going, BLM, let me steal your TV, and like everybody knew what was going on, but it's just. I really wish Shipwreck was there, because he would have had a field day. He'd have been like, all right, here you go, let's boil some popcorn and let's fucking get this shit going. And, you know, Sig and I would have sat there and said, all right, I got your planks, and you're good, buddy. Like, go ahead, have a heyday, because we could have popped them off, and they did nothing. They're the ones that shot at the National Guard. They're the ones that burnt down a lot of the fucking areas. They people on the street, and then they cried racism when they got hit. I have no love for them at all.
About the Somalis.
But the thing is, you know,
Hey, Brad, I'm just waiting for the tires to be lit, and we can shoot artboard in that whole
You know what is funny? Somalis are the only group in Africa that they don't even call themselves black. If you call a Somali person black in Africa, anything else, they always say, well, yeah, we're not black, we're like, you know, Arab, we're not like, we're just Somali, whatever. And then when they get the heat, they're like, all of a sudden they're black because they want the Black American community to protect them. But the Black American community is too wise. They've been through this bullshit before, other people hijacking their movements and stuff. They're too wise to this bullshit.
Yeah, we've been used so much, AJ, and I'm starting to be glad that black people aren't falling for the okie doke anymore. We've been used like every single bro. Yeah, it's exhausting, man. I get so sick of it. I'm glad black people are waking up and realizing that they've been used all these times, and they're starting to get smart. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Well, that's because of the left. Identity politics is the cornerstone of their ideology. Like you said, when they get to America, they preach blackness, but in their own country, on their own continent, it's a delineation, tribalism, and proudly so. But when they get here, no, you're my brother. We got the same skin. We're both black.
Yeah, as long as it benefits each other. Yeah.
Exactly. That blackness only benefits the immigrant class that comes here and wants to fly under the umbrella of black. They want to receive all the resources and stuff like that, be ushered to the front of the line, become a protected class and all of that other shit. But then when it's time to get down to the mud and really fight for black progress, right? All of a sudden, it's, no, I ain't black. All right, cool. All right. Yeah. And
it's true, like
in doing that.
In Africa, they have a special word for black people in Africa. They call us Jurias, which just means dark slaves and stuff.
Right.
And then they call us Jurias. Yeah.
This always confused me because, like, I don't get it. Like, I've been rolling with Blake, Adrian, Sig, like, fucking, hey, holy shit, Sig's like my brother. Like, by now, I don't even know if we have different mothers at this point. But I mean, overall, like, I don't get the whole, like, tethering thing of these, like, black immigrants that can't be like, oh, yes, we have racism. Like, motherfuckers, you were the one that set up chattel slavery. Like, you sold people for beads to 6 Portuguese sailors in a fucking canoe and said, yeah, definitely take these 100 people and go back and auction them off. You'll be rich. Like, you said that shit back in the day, and now all of a sudden you come over and you're like, oh, yes, we suffer oppression from around the world. Like, no, you didn't suffer oppression like Caribbeans. You didn't suffer like Black Americans. You didn't go through Jim Crow. You didn't go through redlining. You didn't go through forced relocation packages. You didn't go through manifest destinies. You didn't go through eminent domain. You didn't go through fucking slum relocation centers. You didn't do any of that. HUD targeting programs. You didn't go through any of that shit. Yeah.
Why do you think Black Americans get so pissed off for a good reason? Because they're like, what the fuck, you know? They know better, and they realize this.
But it always fascinates me to hear them like jump. Like there's a guy named Odie Ware. There's a Canadian Somali who's like, I don't know. She like runs around here thinking she's all that. And I'm like, no, like personally, I'd pack your ass up on an inner tube, send you back across the Atlantic and say, here you go. This is, you know what? Let's resurrect one of those old slave ships and fucking throw you on that and show you what that's like. Like, let's put you on a coffin ship and say, hey, here you go. This is part of reparations. Own up. And I'm like, fuck. I just don't get that shit and how they hold these rooms and say, oh, yes, they get a pass. Like, you're going to give the people that actually enslaved on both sides of a continent, one side cut off the balls, the other side chained and fucking strapped them down and said, here you go, and then said, hey, to white people, like literally a small crew, here you go, have these 1,000 people and go sell them. Like,
what Brad was so unique about Somalians talking about their oppressed, if you look back at what they did in the country, excuse me, and look how their country is ran, they did it to themselves. Their own oppression is self-imposed. They did it to them fucking selves. They ran their own fucking country into the goddamn ground, right? Which means, why a lot of them are fleeing their country and don't want to go back. It's because they understand the destitute, right, that is happening in that goddamn country to themselves, in which they caused, right? And what trips me out about them is that when we get here, they try to tell us who the fuck we are. Bro, I'm Black American like a motherfucker. I got roots in this bitch. The fuck you mean? I'm not like you, bro. You cannot tell me who the fuck I am when you yourself don't even know your own birthday. How the fuck you gonna tell me I don't know who the fuck my father is? By the way, I have his last name. He's on my birth certificate. We talk almost daily. I know who the fuck my father is. You motherfuckers don't even know when the fuck.
But in Somalia, the father is usually the uncle.
But that's besides the point. I know, right? Because they believe in first and second cousins, and shit like that, right? But you cannot tell a motherfucker who the fuck they are when you don't even know when the fuck you got on this planet. You don't even know your own birthday. A lot of you motherfuckers are goddamn New Year babies. You have to make up a fucking birthday because you come from a fucking country that does not have adequate record keeping, that does not have a fucking infrastructure set up to where you can keep accurate records. Average Somalians.
Edward, sorry to cut you off real quickly. We deported 1 million North Sudanese, and 500,000 of them, their birthday was the 1st of January. So I just wanted to point that out, but go on, sorry.
Yeah, they're New Year babies, right? A lot of them, before the whole immigration shit and they started making up birthdays, when you would ask Somalians when they were born, they would give you an event around the time when they were born to try to calculate how old they are. For example, 25 years from now, you ask a motherfucker, when were you born? I don't know, COVID-19? And that give you a rough estimate of when, because when COVID-19, the pandemic happened, around 2020. So they would say COVID-19 as the event around the time when they were born to try to calculate how old they are. That's how they would do it.
Dude, this is crazy right now.
Crazy.
I'm stuck in traffic. Mercy flight. I'm literally like 1, 2, 3, I'm about to say 10, 15 cars back. Mercy flight just landed on the highway with a down pole and fucking wires all around. I gotta give hats off to this fucking copter pilot. Like, holy shit, man. This guy's got balls of steel with shit flying all around, and he lands that thing on a dime. Like, I don't know if I can make as much fun to the Air Force guys as much anymore. I might have to.
I bet you he got hired off of merit.
He might be a Navy pilot though, because they're the ones that have balls of steel. So.
Well, the best helicopter pilots are my old Alpha Mata, 101st Airborne, baby. They were sold. The Army helicopter pilots are the best.
I don't know about that. I would actually give hats off to the Coast Guards too. I mean, you guys are good, but the Coast Guard and inclement weather, those motherfuckers go out in the middle of a hurricane going to rescue people. I mean, that takes some, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can put my nuts on that fight. I don't know.
I'll give it up to the Coast Guard guys. I think probably the only ones who might have it over them is group night stalkers, especially Hawaii. They're nuts, dude. They do pond skipping. It's when they like come in real low and they kill their engines and they kind of bounce as the blades are slowing down. Pretty funny to watch.
That's true, but I mean, fuck, I'm just blown away by this. I hope everybody's okay, but clearly they're not if they brought in Mercy Flight. So, I mean, there might be a chance to save them, so hopefully they can pull through, but it'll be sad. But it sucks, man. Fucking Houston. It's like blind NASCAR drivers trying to fucking go in a circle. They just can't figure out the roadways here. They're always fucking in accident. But anyway, back to the African the diaspora wars. Like, I don't know. Like, I do feel bad for a lot of Americans. I feel bad for Jewish Americans too, because they have to atone for like whatever Israel decides to do. Like, they're like, I'm Jewish American, but they're like the only group that's really tied to like, hey, you know, Israel farted this week. You guys need to be fucking, you know, gassed out of chambers and shit like that, and put in the ovens all of a sudden. Like, everybody's going nuts. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, these poor guys can never get a break.
That's true. We just had 15 of them shot in a Hanukkah thing in Australia, in Sydney. I think it was like 2 days ago. It's horrible. And I think it's one of the, look, I can't stomach anti-Semitism. I think it's the worst disease. Anti-Semitism, racism and stuff, it's so horrible, you know. And these guys from Pakistan just shot Jewish people at a Hanukkah festival. What? Just being Jewish, you know, it's a horrible thing. And I think it's been worse the last 2 years. And also, when you talk about the other thing, it's like, my eyes really opened up when I went to the United States and like, I spoke to Black Americans and everything else like that, Jewish Americans. And I was like, well, these people didn't really do anything to deserve any of this. And it's just a problem here because we have a weak leftist prime minister here. So bad. So I'd rather, I don't even know how to break it down to you, Brad and guys. This prime minister is so bad, it's worse than, we get arrested here so the police came to my house because I called Muhammad a pedophile and a sex offender on Twitter. They came to my house and they arrested me, and I went in and got booked and blah, blah, blah. I went to court. I had to defend myself in court, and then I got pretty good lawyers and I got off. But this other person, one of my good friends, he got 2 months in prison because he said Asia was 6 and then she was raped when she was 9. We don't have freedom of speech here, so, you know, protect your civil rights, what you got there. But yeah, Jewish people here in Australia is just horrible, and they've imported so many Islamists, Muslims, I should say. It's bad for cohesion in society because Ilan Omar, if she ever goes back to to Somalia, she will never talk like this, or any of them at all whatsoever. They don't have freedom of speech. They have nothing, you know. And then when they get to America, they're like, they abuse your constitution to change your constitution. This is what I hate the most. And it's got me feeling sorry for the United States. I'm like, you have to deal with these people. Then I realized in Australia, even in South Sudan, at least we can deport people because we're not Jews. No Jews, no news, as the old saying goes. That's why nobody cares that 500,000 people have died in North Sudan. Nobody protested for people in North Sudan. Nobody cares. Nobody protested for 300,000 dying in Yemen, 500,000 dying in Syria. It never happened. The second the Jews defend themselves, all of these radical Islamists, leftists, Kusumkum, people from campuses, they come out of their woodworks. Nobody puts media attention. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in this room don't even know 500,000 people. In the last 1 month in North Sudan, there's been roughly 40,000 people that have been killed. Nobody talks about it. If the state of Israel had shot these people, everybody would be talking about it. Like you said, Brad. But they don't care because these people, they all have an agenda. It's called the Red-Green Alliance that overthrew Iran. It's the communists and the Islamists. And then when they the Islamists get in power, they kill all the communists, and you get the Islamic Republic of Iran like you've had the last 46 years, I think it is, if my math is correct, from 1979. It's horrible what happens to these people. These people don't care. And that's why I like when people like you talk about this. You're 100% correct, Brad. It's just 100% true and a fact. Thank you for mentioning that.
That's the one thing that confuses me about, Africa throughout its history is, if anybody had the right idea to be isolationist, it would be that continent, because of all of the resources and whatnot, and it just blows my mind that like throughout the whole time, like it just ain't never, like I think Liberia had almost a shot at doing it, the Nigerians are doing what they're doing, but it's just kind of weird, like how it's stagnated. You know what I mean? Like you go look at all these cities and all that. It's like soon as the whiteys left out of there, it was just like, oh, now it's just some third world, sewer dump. Compared to other cities.
The problem is that
as soon as it's like when the oppressor, or the oppressed, it's like when the oppressed complain about the oppressor, right? And then when the oppressor leaves, the oppressed immediately becomes just like the oppressor, right? Yeah. The corruption and all of that shit's going on over there for a long time, right? And I harken back to the Berlin Conference.
You're correct.
Was able to go into Africa, and they carved it up for themselves, right? They had their way with Africa. They carved it up and say, yo, we're going to take this swath over here. Y'all can take that over there and do whatever the fuck you want. And how they did it, over the years, Africans xenophobia.
Version of the love tribalism. Tribalism has more of that weeping style than
there are essentially 54 to 55 countries, right? Over 3,000 plus tribes, which means different languages, different cultures, different set of practices, all of that shit. And if you're not of a particular tribe, guess what? Your ass is slated to get exterminated by another tribe. Xenophobia, right? Tribalism. And the Europeans understood this. The tribalism is so fucking rampant and so ingrained that it causes whole genocidal wars. So now, when you see these countries and you look at who is in power in these countries today in 2025, guess what? The governing body looks just like the citizenry, but there's a distinct difference. The governing body may not be of a tribe of the citizenry, meaning that the governing body is only going to look out for their tribe. This is why you see hoarding of resources, right? This is why you see corruption, right? And all of that shit is because they're looking out for theirs and theirs only. They don't give a fuck about if you're in another fucking tribe. I will kill your whole grandmother and all of her fucking children because you're not of my tribe. And that's what's happening in Africa. This is why you still see the destitute that is going on in Africa today in 2025. And it seems like it has stagnated. Well, that is because the rampant fucking corruption. They have become just like the motherfuckers that they said was oppressing them.
It's 100% true. Like in Africa, if somebody builds a road, let's say in South Sudan or Kenya, Morocco, whatever, right? It's not like, yeah, you build the infrastructure. It's like, yeah, what tribe does that road benefit, sort of thing. It's why the Hutus killed like almost 1 million Tutsis in 1994, Rwandan genocide, horrible thing that happened. And that's how you have problems in all sorts of, for example, see, this is why Somalia is the most fascinating one. It's the only country in Africa that has the one language, the one religion, pretty much the one people. And they even can't get along because they have sub-clans. This is the problem. Africa is not a problem of like intellectualism or blah, blah, blah. It's about corruption, favorism, and sub-clans and everything. That's the problem. That's how it gets so complicated. And that's why, like in 1998, there was like, 38 civil wars going on at the one time. That's the reason why it's so corrupt and nothing works, because as soon as you get your tribe in charge, nobody cares about infrastructure and other things or who it benefits. It's like, yeah, I'll get what is mine and then I'll like leave or do whatever I can do with it. This is the major problem that my biggest enemies in life are not even white people. It's my own people. They're my biggest enemies in life because they're the most corrupt people that I know. They're my biggest enemies. I don't live in the West. I'm a Black American, anything else like that. But that's just the fact that I'm saying, and that's the issue. I just hope that. That's why when I go to countries like America, I'm just so glad. Like it's so split up. You can have different states, different valleys, and other things. You can kind of work it through. But in Africa, it's horrible. Like you can't get anything passed. All the donations that come to Africa, it gets like laundered into NGOs and other things. Nothing ever goes to the people. And I go there 3 months of a year. And it can be fixed if the politicians weren't corrupt. It's got nothing to do about colonialism anymore. Colonialism stuff died a long time ago. It's the people in Africa, my people right now, even my own country. They're just so corrupt, bro. They steal everything, and there's no such thing as nation building. It's a clan-based society. There's no such thing as a nation state. Like in my country, there's 64 tribes, and nobody agrees. It's like America before the United States of America, essentially. So that's why it doesn't work. Yeah, it's like it's true. Alan is correct. It's like Native Americans and stuff, but there's no centralized government, and whatever money you can get, that's what you use to get your people ahead, and that's why it's so bad. But when you mentioned the Berlin Conference, Adrian, you're 100% correct. I want to disagree with anything you said. You're correct, 100%.
Yep. Because of the tribalism, because of the xenophobia. This is what is essentially keeping Africa from uniting as one big nation state. Imagine what will happen if all 54 to 55 countries united, just like the United States did, where all the different states form a union, right?
It's true. It'd be a superpower, essentially. Yeah.
It will essentially be a superpower, but it can't because of the rampant tribalism and xenophobia that is inherent and that is cultural on the continent of Africa.
Yep, and you can't get rid of it. I'll give you a principal example. So, I used to date a woman that was Nuer, my ex, which is South Sudanese. My mother hated her. My new missus, she's Black American, loves her to death. And the reason she hated my ex because she was a different tribe to me. So she would rather me marry somebody foreign than somebody from my own actual country that just happens to be a different tribe, Adrian. That's how absurd it is. That causes so many problems. So it's like you can't even marry within your own people because they're different tribes. So I'd rather you go elsewhere, and that's how insidious it is. It's the most insane thing. Just because they can't speak the same language as you, or they're different tribes, because it goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. It's stored down. It's hard to break. It's crazy.
Now, is that because, like you just said, historical tensions between tribes, or because of cultural differences between the tribes?
Historical tensions. It's actually both, but true, it's both.
I mean, when we went to bail them out and sent supplies in, and they were stacking bodies like cordwood out there, I was like, fucking, oh my god. Ooh, wow.
Oh, so you experienced the same shit, Brad? Okay.
No, I just passed the two bodies. One looks like it's a small figure under that tarp, so that kind of sucks. And fucking truck drivers. He's standing there shaking his head. I don't know what happened, but just be grateful, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's cultural dying. A lot of it, and like old grievances, like tribal, who stole whose goat back then, and who slept with whose like grandmother. It's all like fucking weird and polycultural. Like when you go back there, there's all these like things that just don't make sense. And you know, they had a saying, they tried to coin it in a movie, but it would be like TIA, this is Africa. Like, the more shit you try to change, the more and more gruesome and the new horrors you discover, you know, like cutting off women's breasts, violating them with machetes, doing shit. Like, these guys will do that shit. They don't give a fuck about
FGM and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care. Like, you guys heard about Rwanda. Like, really? Go take a look at it. Like, I'm always amazed, and not picking on you, Nye, but when Black Americans talk about, like, oh, we're from Africa, like, you ain't from Africa. You aren't African. You are not anywhere near
This goes into the diaspora of the delineation, right? This is why we stress the delineation.
That's why I said Black Americans. Yeah.
Right. And so when you talk about the cultural practices and stuff, I tell motherfuckers, yo, Black Americans are so fucking far removed from the cultural practices of Africa, it is not even fucking funny. Because there are cultural practices and things that go on the continent of Africa in those different countries that Black Americans do not resonate with, right? You just brought up FGM. Black Americans don't cut off the clits of their women. We don't do that, right? We don't even sew up their vagina to try to goddamn preserve their chasteness, right? Their chastity, right? We don't do shit. We don't engage in dowries. We don't engage in goddamn getting our women fat so we can marry them off, right? On purpose. No, we don't engage in shit like that. There is cannibalism that is actually practiced in some countries in Africa. Like, Americans don't believe in no fucking cannibalism. Goddamn.
Yeah, it's practiced in the Congo.
Right, it's hard enough to try to goddamn get a Black American to eat some pork, let alone a fucking human.
Unless it's ribs.
Right. So when you know, Africans and Somalians and stuff like that come over here and say, "Oh, you're my brother." No, the fuck I am not. I'm not. We don't believe in first cousin marriages, right? First and second cousin marriages. It's a word for that. They call it sangria something. It starts with sangria something. I forget it. It escapes me right now. But where they believe in strengthening the blood of their family.
It's like a synesthesia or something. I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Just like that, right? And because of that, this is why you get these hereditary traits and stuff. Why do you think all Somalians look alike? Why do you think they share the same phenotype? When you're looking at them, from the men and the women, it is because they engage in certain practices that comes out in the.
It's just because they're inbred. That's why. Like Pakistan.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
like
just like the Habsburg jaw, right? You know the Habsburg jaw. You know what that is?
Yeah.
The Jay Leno jaw. That is the sign of inbreeding. King Charles did that shit of Spain, right? A lot of fucking inbreeding that was happening, right? The conquistadors and shit, right? So this is why you see that character, that trait, that hereditary genetic trait in South Americans. That Habsburg jaw is because of the conquistadors and where they settled at, right? A lot of them was fucking inbreds.
Yeah.
Same with Somalians. Here's a thing about Somalians that I don't think a lot of people know. Did y'all know that they are on borrowed time? Not politically in this country, but which is true, they are on borrowed time. But they're literally on borrowed time genetically.
Yeah, it's true.
They barely make it to fucking 60 years old. Their average life expectancy is like 61 years old. Why do you think you don't see any Somalian senior citizens? Because a lot of them don't live that fucking long. They barely make it to 60 years old. If you don't believe me, look it up.
Well, the other thing too, like Nye, is like when you go in there into the interior, and I've seen it because I've been to Africa multiple times. I've been to like South Africa, I've been to Sierra Leone. That shit's a whole shit show back in the day. Like nobody went there. Everybody was running from there.
Sierra Leone is a fucking hellhole, man.
It is. It always will be. So like when you go into these places and you're like trying to get people out and you're trying to get assets and you're dropping off medicine and supplies and food and you're watching guys just fucking rip through people and you're just like, there's nothing I can fucking do. And you're like, all right, well, let's remove the bodies. And you got the UN guys there because, like, the Pakistanis and, you know, everybody that's in the UN sending troops around, they don't give a fuck. They're more corrupt than the African warlords. So, like, it's TIA. This is Africa. It's a hunting ground. That's all I know it sounds sad. It sounds racist for a white guy to say this, but it literally is a hunting ground. Everything in Africa is designed to kill you, or you are designed to kill it, because that is the only way you survive Africa. Like, for the political climate, for the tribal climates, for the animals, the flora, fauna, everything there is not built to do what it is. And here's the weird part. Africa could be the most powerful continent, nation on earth if it would unify, ratify just baseline human rights. There would be no stopping it. But because they can't, because they believe in child soldiers, because they believe in diamond brides, because they believe in, you know, patriotic prostitution by drug
child marriages and stuff,
child marriages, and then murdering. Like, I thought humanity, I thought there was a God at one point, or at least I had questions about a God. They took Africa to take God away from me, because I said, if we were created in man's image, or God's image, and this is man, and the horrors of man, why would God allow women and children to be carved up by a machete? Like, when you look at those bodies, and you see the breast ripped off, and the woman bleeding out and trying to just cling to life with that naked look.
Horrible, it's horrible.
You're no longer you don't see God. You don't see Jesus. You don't see any of that fucking biblical bullshit that I call it out there. What I saw was red. I saw the smell. I saw the blood. I smelled it. I could taste it in my throat. I can tell you that I will forever be fucking marred by what those sites are. That is fucking true to a T. I do not put Black Americans in that category. I will never do that. Black Americans don't belong in that category. You were the peaceful people. If you want to go back in history and say, hey, you were peaceful fishermen and farmers and all that shit. Those people that are left in Africa were the ones that conquered, raped, killed, and murdered your entire tribe, and then sent the survivors over to America. And not that slavery was good, but at least at some point in your lineage, you got away from that. And there is no silver lining into the trauma that Black people had to endure in America. But man, the poor people that live in Africa and have to exist in a constant state of horror, demise, and possible killing, they don't value life. They're not worth it. To me, it's a continent that is not worth saving. It's a good vacation, but really at this point in time, until they get their ass together, it's not worth my time to go over there and risk my life, my family, my country's life to get involved in it. It's just really not. And they aren't going anywhere. There's no one stopping them. No one can stop them, because no one can actually even fucking go help them. We can't even give them food.
You know, like my PTI is my house in South Sudan. The reason I haven't given up because I'm from there and I want to make it better. You know, like I was educated in Australia and stuff because that's why I say education, but I won't give it up. But a lot of the things you're saying it's 100% true, and you have to have some reflection. You know, you can't just lie and everything else like that. Like, I go there, the roads are shit, the sewage system's shit, the internet barely fucking works. You need Elon Musk Starlink to even like function in an internet connection, or you're using satellite phones. Everything doesn't work. Everything is corrupt. Like, you have to bribe like police officers when there's no fucking even traffic lights and everything else. And I'm like, why am I bribing you, stopping you on a traffic light and there's not a traffic light? It's fucking insane. And all this other stuff. But you are right, there's a different differentiation. And like, I went to the Congo a year and a half ago, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You know Samuel Huntington's book that he wrote? And I was like, he was the one just explaining this in like fucking the early 1900s. It's like nothing has changed. And I'm like, why? And then I look at the politicians, and I look at all the tribal makeups, and I'm like, the tribal makeup is the biggest fucking issue in Africa. It just is. it's the biggest fucking issue. Like, you can't get anything done at all whatsoever. And it's horrible. And even though Somalia, I think, like, America went to Somalia to deliver food so they don't starve to death in a famine. And that's how you got Black Hawk down. And then I saw the Somalis on fucking Twitter being like, well, yeah, the last time Americans were here, we killed, like, what was it, 18 Marines, God bless their souls and stuff. And I'm like, they went there to give you food. And what did they get in return? You shot them. Like, what do you want from Americans, sort of thing? And it's like, you don't want to win in life. Like, maybe you get 50 years, 60 years, 70 years if you're lucky from God Almighty Christ. You know what I mean? But it just breaks my heart. Whenever I travel from a first world country and I go back there, I'm like, are we so incompetent that we can't fix this country? And I'm like, it's not even about intelligence or anything else like that. It's about these fucking spiritual things that they're doing, cultural things, and the way they believe in things. And that's what annoyed me the most. And even you can't even marry your own people there, no matter what tribe it is. It's like Brad and I, like, I'll tell you something, Aben, let's say you're from, I don't know, Arizona, and there's a woman from California, and your parents are like, well, she's Californian, yeah, she can fuck up. You have to find somebody from the Philippines. How insane is that?
Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely.
That ain't a fucking cartoon, bro.
It's that tribalism shit. That's
We're in Hamas territory in the air.
Motherfuckers engage in. They only have a preference for in group. And if you're the out group, it's fuck you. Right? And that's similar to the ideology of the left.
Well, I mean,
Similar to the ideology of the left.
It's a shame
Yes.
it's beautiful there. Like, I can take you up on Mount Kilimanjaro and you can look out and you're like, I don't know where heaven is allegedly supposed to begin and the earth ends. You will see things that are just hard, like they touch your core. That red dust will get in your soul and you will like it'll be a part of you. You'll breathe it in and you'll be like, yes, I can feel it. It's alive. It's electric. You get that the minute you touch down, and then you start to look a little deeper, and then you start to see a few things, and then you're like, okay, and then you start to see the whole picture once you get down, and you're like, holy shit, this is how you want to be governed? Like, who picks this? Who decides this? And it's really weird. And I don't know the answer. It takes wiser men than me to do that. I'm not that hype, but I can't imagine that this is a place. This is the birthplace of humanity. This is where allegedly people crawled from the ooze. This is where religion was founded in the Middle East and Africa. This is where wars for peace and stability were alleged to have. Majority of stories come out of it. Our descendants come from there, and all I see, like, besides the beauty, is the horror. And unfortunately, the horror went out on me. I love Africa, but I took my kids there. We lived there, and I took them out. I couldn't do it anymore. You can't. It's a shame. The most beautiful continent, most diverse, most resource rich, the wealthiest continent on the fucking planet, and they're cutting off young girls' breasts so they can't breastfeed their babies. I don't fucking understand it, and no one can give me God lessons in that. You can't throw the Bible, you can't throw Jesus, you can't throw God. You can't. I don't buy it. I don't. After seeing that, never.
Yeah, of course I'm never. Go ahead, Nye. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I was going to co-sign what Brad was saying. I don't buy that religion excuse either. God didn't tell anybody cut off the tits, cut off the clitoris, and all this other weird shit. Turn the children into killers. The ultimate, God's ultimate sacrifice was His Son Jesus Christ, and yet they still do animal sacrifices to God. God doesn't say you got to kill the goats and the chickens to get his approval and his love. So I agree with you. And you said something earlier, Brad. You were like, it might sound racist coming from a white guy. No, I don't think it sounds racist at all. It's your experience. I've never been to the continent of Africa. I mean, what is it, 58 countries? I've never been to one of them. I'd like to think there's at least one that's glorious and prosperous. You know, but until that day comes and I can experience it myself, I just have to listen to the experiences from those who live there, were raised there, or, you know, served in the military there, because I may never know.
Honestly,
I know a lot of Black Americans who have no interest in going to any parts of Africa for reasons you can out.
I don't know if y'all already mentioned this fucking reason, but the reason why I don't want to fucking go to Africa, I don't have no intentions of going. Never will. I don't want to have to go through. Well, I know. The reason why I don't want to fucking go to Africa is because I don't want to have to goddamn go through 25 rounds of goddamn inoculation just to fucking go. I don't want to have to take all those goddamn inoculations. Mighty funny, Africa, you have to go through all of these rounds of inoculation. I don't know if y'all know this, but the rounds of inoculation you have to go through is astounding. It's mind-boggling. That is the only continent on the planet you have to go through just to go fucking visit. I don't have to take 25 goddamn shots. I don't have to take 25 shots. I don't have to take 25 shots. I don't have to take 25 shots to go to the UK. But why the fuck I gotta goddamn go through all of these goddamn inoculations?
It was actually
you need why?
It was actually 5 that I had to go through, and I'm born in Africa. So I'm like, I was trying to tell them, like, look, I already had these shots before. And they were like, well, yeah, for you to get your visa, you have to go through the actual 5 again. I think I was like, chicken pox, hepatitis C again. I had to go to yellow fever, malaria, and cholera.
We got a jog.
It's like the same thing though. Like when you go to give blood, like they ask for like a crisis happens, and the Red Cross is like, "Hey, we need blood." You know, you go down there, you're like, "Yep, take it." There's blood drives, and then the first thing they ask, and this, I do feel bad because they're like, I did it to my kids too. They're like, "Have you been in Africa, or have you been to like here?" And it's like, yes. And they're like, "No, we can't donate." So like, I'm all positive. But I can't fucking donate because I said put on a comment.
Even feeling the dead.
How are you guys?
Oh, okay, Tyler.
How are you guys?
What did he say? I can't hear him. What did he say?
Starting from the Gambia, in West Africa.
He's from Gambia.
Did you say you're from the Gambia?
Oh shit! There you go. There's another place. Feel sorry for that guy.
Hello.
Did you say you're from the Gambia, Sambu?
Earth to Zambu.
Sambu, your internet sucks, bro. See, we can't even have good internet in Africa. That's why if I disappear for 2 months, you know I'm in Africa. Sambu, Wamad. Where's your internet?
It's really not his fault either. He was born into it. So, like, I don't hold it against a lot of these guys over there. But, I mean, they just get forced into shit that they don't deserve. It just continuously happens. Imagine having to cross 10 miles of fucking hell just to get fucking water and a sack of rice.
Yeah, but still, we can do something about it. That's why I invest back home. Because I don't want my kids to be like, well, yeah, I have to go through a different continent, you know.
We can't, like KK's here. She's usually the better, like out of the two of us, she is most assuredly the 3/4 better half of me. But like, Jesus Christ, fucking drive. But like, I don't know how you would fix it. Like, I really don't. I mean, unless you're talking about a blood fucking thing. Like, dude, I know I'm gonna view you, Sambo. But I'm sorry, dude. Like you're kind of noisy. But I don't know if like what KK has. Like she's been peaceful. She studies this shit, how to motivate people. You do research on shit. Blake, you're like me. Sig, you're like me. Adrian, you're like me. Achek, you're a little bit different, but I don't think there's any way to really fix Africa. TIA, this is Africa. This is how it was. This is how it will be. This is how it always will be. It will not move beyond what it is. You'll throw all the technology there. It'll just be more death, carnage, rape, pillage, and plunder. That's all it is.
Yeah, the problem is our Africa was founded by communist socialist leaders since like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana in the 60s, and then you had Mugabe, and then you had all sorts of people. The list is so long.
But they weren't communists, though. They were fake communists. They gave that usherance in.
They're like dictators and stuff. Like you're correct.
They slaughtered fucking people on the back end, but they weren't like, oh, I'm going to give the means of production and help this country as well. They hoarded it, and then fucking they killed people and raped them. I'm like, come on, man. And then they hated Christians who advocated for like a democracy of some type or a parliamentary fucking governance, and still fucking wanted to. I don't know, H. Like I know people say they're communists. Those guys weren't communists. They were just fucking dictators. Like they were weird. They were Kim Jong-uns with like the ability to fucking walk up to a guy and just shoot him in the head in front of his kids for no reason other than he was looking at them.
No, it's horrible. Like Brad, when I joined, I realized after like 2 years, I was like, this is bullshit. Everybody's just serving just to steal money and get corrupt and everything. Because when I was like 18, I was like, oh my God, I'm getting attacked by North Sudan. I didn't imagine it was actually before I went. And then when I got there and I realized after a while, I was like, we're not doing anything. And when you talk about FGM, all the women and stuff that would go to the frontline medical hospitals and stuff, FGM, vagina sewed up, all sorts of horrific shit. And I was like, this is horrible. And I was like, I don't understand why they... Look, this is my thing, Brad, and other guys. America needs to stop all foreign aid into Africa. Let us fix. We existed for thousands of years before any American dollar ever landed in Africa. Let us fix our own issues because we will become dependent, on aid or other things. And when they know US dollars are coming, for example, America gives $1 billion to Egypt every single year. Why? They give billions of dollars to South Sudanese every single year. Why? It doesn't go to anybody. Let people sing or swim. I don't think it's America's job to save the entire world. I think you have too many veterans in your street. You have too many problems. And I think it's about time the United States realizes that, it's like having hopefully you guys don't, it's like having an addict in the family. You got to cut off the supply. And then you got to let them figure it out. Like, you don't make sure they die or something. But
before you get robbed, right?
Exactly. You got to cut off the supply sort of thing, Like, Africans always saying, like, yeah, we built this, we built that, and we built this. And I'm like, well, yeah, I just went to South Sudan and I slept in a fucking mud hut. There's actually hotels and everything else like that. But you just got to cut off the supply and let people do what they have to do. It's the United States of America, build your own country sort of thing. And when yesterday President Trump put South Sudan on the immigration ban, I'm like, great, because the people are coming there are lying in their papers. We can't even vet them in South Sudan. We don't know who they are. Some of them are Islamic extremists. Some of them have been in terrorist camps in the north that are lying to be Christian South Sudanese. You're bringing in terrorists in your own country. They're causing you problems. If we can't vet them in South Sudan, how the hell can your State Department vet the exact same people, guys? They can't. This is the thing. So,
I don't want to sound shrewd, but insensitive. But I think shit. know what? I'm gonna sound like an asshole either way I say it.
You want the white guy to say it? Because I'll say it.
Nah, I think Rob Reiner is what happened to him in his life. It should be a cautionary tale. I think it's an allegory for what's happening to America.
True.
I mean, you're being. Imagine being killed by the very thing that you gave birth to.
Unbelievable.
I think that is fucking indicative of the left. They're enabling these creations of theirs, and it's only going to blow back into their faces, and they're going to pay for it. I'm sorry, but that's just how my brain works. That's just how I see things. I mean, fuck, man. It is what it is.
But the thing is, you're 100% correct. If we had just focused on his son and on the other bullshit, I can't imagine stabbing my father in the fucking neck and my mother, especially in the fucking neck, unless something is mentally ill and wrong with you, whatever. But it's you gotta cut off people like, especially drug addicts, especially the most. You cannot subsidize someone's addiction forever. And I use that as a metaphor for Africa. Africa has got like $3.4 trillion since like 1964. What has it done? Nothing. Absolute sweet old. Drug addict kids put their parents through the worst shit. They destroy families. They're usually manipulative and everything. I'm not saying they shouldn't get help. Obviously, there should be help centers for people, especially veterans and other people. You should have help. But the burden should not be on the family all the time. In Australia, you have the National Disability Insurance Scheme. So if you're mentally ill, you're a drug addict, you go to facilities and everything else like that. But this is literally what happens. You have to have boundaries in everything in life. And I think if you don't learn how to be self-sufficient as a man or a woman, I think your life is going to be shit. No matter what you do in life, it really doesn't matter. And especially when you have turmoil happen in your life, how the fuck can you expect somebody that's always been has been given everything to cope with a traumatizing situation? They're not a cop. You know that, and that's why people just keep giving them more money. It's just the way it is.
And hi, KK. How bad is it today? How much trouble am I in?
Hello, everyone. Why are you in trouble? What did you do now?
He's innocent on all charges, by the way.
Oh my God, said no one ever.
Innocent.
I just was thinking back to those two Democrats in Minnesota who got killed. Ironically, after they voted to end or illegals. And they were killed.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
They were killed for the wrong reason because they supported the overall premise of it. They didn't like the way the bill is structured on particular formats. So someone killed them because of the funding fucking pulls on it. And they actually had qualms about how that mechanism was going to work and how the state was going to pay for it. And they had concerns about auditing checks and arbitrary language that basically allowed for administrations to basically police the system. And there was no regulatory body that was given the provisions to actually seek out, authority or ability to go ahead and audit all these places. So, like, there was a lot wrong with that fucking bill alone. And, because they voted against the shitty bill, they got killed. And then they're held up like, see, this is what MAGA is. Like, no, this is what legislators did. And the guy that was appointed by Waltz was like, unhinged, like, which kind of leads me to the point of like, the left doesn't know Waltz is an idiot. Like, I mean, if anybody thinks he's the one that's fucking doing all this shit, like, the man put tampons in men's bathrooms. I'm still lost on that. Like, I don't understand that at all. And Tampon Tim is Tampon Tim. Like, this is what you're going to get.
Imagine that.
Brad, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out in the years to come that Waltz is a plant. Think about, like, there's so many inconsistencies when you talk about his history, his personal, his military, his service. Like, where did he come from? So how did you go? If you look at the, if you look at his career path and how he got into education, why he got into education, there's a lot of shadiness going around, and how much time he spent in China as well. So, and then he allowed all this to happen. I definitely think.
I think that
there's potential.
And he was a master sergeant that couldn't work a gun. I was shocked.
Well, he wasn't even actually that. So, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, I think he got compromised in some sort of way, and China had blackmail evidence on him. It was like, yo, motherfucker, we will out your ass unless you do what the fuck we tell. Look, which is it's crazy that you bring that up, KK, because I tell people all the time, Kamala Harris did the exact same fucking thing that Hillary Clinton did.
Yeah.
The exact same thing. What she did was pick unassuming old gray-haired white guy, Tim, that was incapable, that was a fucking imbecile and spineless as fuck. She did the exact same thing Hillary did.
Wouldn't overshadow him, and then also, someone was asked, oh, who's the governor of Pennsylvania? The Jewish guy. He was high on the list.
Josh Shapiro.
Yes. Yeah. So they asked, so in Kamala's book, she writes about, you know, how he picked or who she picked, why she picked, and da-da-da-da-da. And then she talks about Shapiro, whatever. And he's like, none of that happened. It didn't happen that way. And he made some comment. I'll have to find the interview audio of him saying it. He basically said, well, if you look at it, like, there's only so many days into this presidential election. If you fail, which history says that you are going to, then how does anyone survive that if you want to have a future for the presidential bid in 2028, right? So that's basically the reason why. He basically said, like, well, that's the reason why, like, he's, you know, he basically pulled his name out of it, he said.
And basically because the left, they have an anti-Semitic issue embedded in the left, right? Because, like I say, it boils back down to identity politics. Now, what it would have looked like, she is a black woman who is married to a Jewish guy, and she picks another Jewish guy as her running mate. That is two Jewish people that are within the heartbeat of the presidency. It's too close to the fucking seat of power, right? And the left couldn't have that, right? Identity politics, mind you. I don't know if a lot of people paid attention to this, but after that abysmal, historic meltdown of Biden on the debate stage, I watched The Spin Room on MSNBC, all channel. MSNBC, make sure niggas behave correctly.
You're a masochist.
Right.
That acronym is wild, Adrian. That was wild. Oh my Lord, I've never heard that. Sorry to interrupt. I'm like, what did he just?
I'm just gonna take that and I'm gonna admit that now. It's gonna be used at a strategic point.
Carry on. Sorry I interviewed you. I just literally was like, wait, what? Sorry. You know I can't say that shit, so I like the fact that you said that shit. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, so
hello guys. How are you?
When they were talking, okay. Hold on for a second.
Hello everyone.
Zambu, don't cut off the brother. Show some respect.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. I just flew him to Ukraine. So, on the Spin Room, they were saying, well, after tonight, she said, I was speaking to a lot of top Democrat lawmakers, and they're considering having an open primary at this point. But guess what? They couldn't do it Because if you look at the short list of people that they had on the list, Josh Shapiro was one. Kathy Hochul was one. Not Hochul. Gretchen Whitmer was one. Gavin Newsom. All these motherfuckers are white. Now, what would it look like to the base of the Democrat Party had they leapfrogged over this heir apparent, this black heir apparent to Joe Biden in favor of a white person?
Yeah, they couldn't.
They would have been. They could not do it. So they were
stuck. It would have tarnished not only Biden but also Obama as well. Because there's a reason why Obama beat Biden or chose Biden. Let's think about it, right? Exactly. Bernie, if anyone should be mad on the left, it should be Bernie. For God's sake.
Exactly. So
Bernie Sanders has gotten only $30 million for fucking Big Pharma. That's just fucking pharma. It's the biggest fucking racketeer of them all.
White candidate, the goddamn Democrat Party would have fucking exploded. It would have imploded within itself, right? Because of the identity politics. They try to placate and cater to every racial group out there. But had they got them skipped over this black woman, you goddamn right she would have played the race card. Matter of fact, she wouldn't even have to play the race card. All the Democrat surrogates would have played the goddamn race card. All the black ones, the Al Sharptons, right? The Nina Turners, all of these motherfuckers would have played the fucking race card. And so now they're stuck with this unwinnable candidate, this unlikable candidate. So all right, fuck. Now we gotta make her ticket, a campaign, a throwaway ticket. Who can she pick as a running mate? Like I said, she did the same exact thing Hillary Clinton did. Picked the unassuming, no-name, gray-haired white guy named Tim, who's awkward as fuck. It's a throwaway ticket. Josh Shapiro had to take his name out of the running. Why? It's because he did not want to sully his name with a losing ticket. Josh Shapiro was looking forward to the 2028, just like Gavin Newsom is doing right now. So Josh Shapiro said, oh, hell no. I'm not attaching myself to this fucking anchor weight. No, I'm not going to get sunk with this shit, because had he attached himself to her ticket and they lost the way that they did, I mean, shit, he couldn't answer for that shit in 2028, now could he? No. Hell no. He said, nah, stay the fuck away from me. I want to stay unblemished. But Josh Shapiro had his own set of issues going on in the state of Pennsylvania with that murder. Right.
So now the left has a conundrum. Oh, by the way, Adrian, at the beginning of your just recent comment is Kamala is playing the race card still right now. So if you listen to her and her pressers for her book tour, she throws that out so many times. She's like leaning into it, and I'm just like, okay, so let's just take the fact that you're not a woman, or if you're not a woman of color, whatever color she is today, whatever. Okay, let's look at the policies. Let's look at your record as far as state AG, what you accomplished, and what you were pushing forward in the state. Was it a success or was it not a success? What was your did you ever prosecute a case? What's that rate like? Right? So when this whole presidential election was going on, I did some research on her, because I'm like, well, maybe she is. Let's see. I live in the state of California. I didn't hear hide or hair from her. But then what did she do? Her record is she agreed and allowed for incarcerated California people to be given free transgender surgeries and care. Like, that is a fact, which is crazy. If you go back to her record as far as like what's the prosecution rate, it was very low. Do you know why? Because she only prosecuted like 1 or 2, maybe 5 cases during her whole time. So if you look at like how, I don't know, she keeps failing forward. So for my thing is like every time I find a politician that seems to fail forward every single time, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? There's something underneath the underbelly that is definitely like pushing them up. Or in case with Kamala and then with Tim Walz as well. So even again, I digress. If we take away that she's a female, that she's a woman of color, let's look at the results that she produced, right? Let's just look at the exact results.
Respect God the way they see fit. However, as far as the whole like
entire United States, I'm like, wait, did I hear that right? I had to rewind that shit and listen to it again. And I'm like, there you go. There you go. So it's like, for me, it is looking at her record, and she can't undo what she did, and everything that's going to come out even more forward. Honestly, if I was her publicist, I would say, girl, you go be a Democrat speaker, you push other people up, get a piece of every dollar that you bring in for the Democrat Party, go sell some more books, go do a whole Democrat Party Voices of America tour. Like, do that, because she's not going to. So it's going to end up being what? Gavin and Kamala. So they did, when they were trying to throw out there, like, Kamala's going to run for governor, the reason why they do that is they want to see if there's a temperature for that. So they kind of do their poll shit in the state of California. It was so low. It was so like, they were like, oh, hell no. So if you think about it, now it's going to be Kamala and Gavin Newsom. So what does the Democratic Party do? Do they go backwards and choose a white man? Right? And then what? They're not going to have Kamala as a VP again. That's just would be terrible optics.
Well, plus she destroyed the DNC with her book, so she lit fire to it. So she shot herself.
$1 billion down the drain in 107 days. Jesus, if you give me that, I could. $2 billion, shit.
Billions and billions of dollars.
I could save all the veterans in the world. Good Lord, $2 billion? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you could save me $20 billion in debt. Right. So now check this. I keep bringing this stuff. I should actually just do a fucking article on this shit of how the Democrats shot themselves in the foot in the 2024 race. This was 16 years in the making that they did this. Going back to 2008 with Obama. When they elected Obama, his first 4 years, you know what the Democrats should have been doing, the DNC should have been doing? Grooming a quality candidate. They didn't do it. So now comes 2012 with him and Mitt Romney. I mean, shit, it was virtually a shoo-in. At that point, they sat back on their laurels for another 8 years. They should have been grooming a candidate. They didn't. Because they figured Hillary Clinton was going to be the heir apparent. But a black swan event happened. A certain candidate came down the stairs and announced his candidacy for president. Like, oh shit. Because mind you, the poll said she had a 92% chance of winning the presidency against Donald Trump. If you believe the polls were lying. They were lying like a motherfucker, gaslighting people. And so, for 8 years, they sat back on their fucking laurels and did not groom a quality candidate. They never thought, what if it don't work out? What if she loses? They never thought that. It never occurred to them because they only thought that, hey, we could just knock his ass out of the fucking race with all of this other bullshit. And, you know, if he happens to win, we can just play the nuclear option, which was the Russia, and all of the other bullshit. They spent 4 years of his administration investigating instead of legislating. They spent 4 years investigating instead of goddamn creating a quality candidate for the 2020 race. So mind you, this is 12 years at this point. Up until 2020, it's been 12 years. This is why when you look at the Democrat primary, it was like over 26 candidates in the field, and none of them panned out. Joe Biden, they had to goddamn go to the depths of the Crypt Keepers' catacombs to bring out Joe Biden. Obama knew that was a bad idea. This is why he said, Joe, you don't have to do this. He said it jokingly, but he was serious. He said, yo, do not underestimate Joe Biden's ability to fuck shit up. Now, mind you, this was his vice president. You don't think Obama knew that early on? He was one of the first people that knew Joe Biden had a mental decline going on. He had a cognitive problem. He knew. His wife knew. And a lot of people of the Obama inner circle knew This is why he said you don't have to do this. But fuck, we just got them shafted. Bernie, and after the Iowa caucus, looking like Bernie was goddamn going to get this shit. But they couldn't have a fucking uncontrollable list at the helm of the Democrat Party. So hey, kneecap this motherfucker. They did it twice. Hillary, highly fucking unpopular. So with Joe Biden, mind you, he didn't have a record to run on. He only ran on nostalgia and Obama's record. And dumbass voters thought, okay, we get Joe Biden in, it's going to be the Obama years all over again because Obama will be right there in Joe Biden's ear. Little
Keyword you said, Adrian, control. They couldn't.
Exactly.
They couldn't
Exactly.
control.
Little did they know how right they were. He was going to be in their fucking ear. So hey, weekend at Bernie's candidate, he campaign basement, and guess what? Boom, he won, right? And I use an asterisk next to that. He won. So now, for 4 years of Biden's term, they did not groom another fucking candidate. So 2024 rolls around. Guess what? That's 16 years that they wasted. They wasted, right? They wasted goddamn all of this time and did not groom a fucking quick candidate for 16 years. And now this insurance policy that Joe Biden picked, Kamala Harris, who was highly unlikable, didn't get a delegate vote, but because they have to cling into their identity politics, they chose the black woman. Because mind you, remember the short list of candidates he had? One of them was Keisha Lance Bottoms, the black female mayor of Atlanta, Stacey Abrams of all people, Kamala Harris, and I think like two other black women. But Keisha Lance Bottoms said, oh, fuck no, I don't want no parts of none of that shit. Take my name off of that list. And so, ultimately, the last two names that stood out was Stacey Abrams, Kamala Harris. Now, if you compare them side to side, who do you think America was going to pick? Mind you, America does have a colorism problem. We do. Kamala ain't nothing but Obama, but in a pencil skirt. That's it. So they went with the palatable, fair-skinned candidate, Kamala Harris. And plus, she's a lot prettier than Stacey Abrams, right? If we're being fucking honest. Right. So they picked Kamala. In 100 days, this motherfucker did that ultimate meltdown. And now, oh shit, we have to stick with this horse that we fucking picked because we can't leapfrog her for a white candidate. That's how the Democrats shot themselves in the foot for 16 fucking years. They did it to themselves. They did it to themselves.
And it's true, and things have changed. Like in my generation, like I can't vote in the American elections yet, but my generation is absolutely pissed because we grew up with all these terrible people be like, well, you men have to do this, the future's female, me too, all the bullshit. Even when the first time I actually started my business agent real quickly, Shuffle, honestly, I didn't hire a single female, not because they were qualified or anything, because I was like, you know what, after Me Too, I just turned 22, I'm like, yeah, I'm not having any of these problems. But in terms of the Democrats and everything else like that, when I was in the United States, I was thinking, you really had so many years, like TDS, the Trump Denial Syndrome, has got them for the last 10 years. Even Rosie O'Donnell has gone back to Ireland and everything else like that. So I just think that candidates come and go, but when they pick Kamala Harris, I actually put $1,000 bet that Trump was going to win. The day she was nominated as the Democratic, because she never got any vote, because I remember in 2020, what she got like 0% or 1%, something was so low. And I was like, there's no way she's winning this fucking election because nobody voted for her. Nobody nominated her. Yeah, there's enough insane women, and it's becoming a divide and stuff between men and women and everything else like that. But we can sort that out, obviously. We've always sorted that out. But as soon as Kamala was the front runner and she became the nominee, I'm like, the Republicans are going to sweep everything. It just came so clear because there's no way that she was ever going to win, in my opinion.
And
no way. Same with Hillary.
And think about this. The DNC, they knew they had to goddamn cut bait, right? They knew they had to cut bait with her. They knew that she was an unwinnable candidate. So what do? Fuck, let's just saddle her with this unlikable ass fucking candidate, Tim Walz. Don't nobody know who the fuck he is, and for the next 60 to 70 days, we're gonna have to explain to the public who the fuck Tim Walz is. That's why they ran coverage.
You know, Edwin, sorry, Tim Walz is so funny. Like even in Australia and in South Sudan, everyone was calling him Tampon Tim because they couldn't even like load a rifle. It was the funniest thing.
And that plays into the strategy. That plays into the strategy of the DNC.
They sabotaged her on purpose, which is why I think this is why her book is coming out the way that it is coming out. She's talking all the shit that she's talking in the book because she found out that they sabotaged her. So I'm going to burn this shit the fuck down. I know my political career is over. She will never win another fucking race. And so now she is going to make all of her money on speaking engagements and book deals and shit, right? Which is the natural route that motherfuckers take after they lose a prominent race, right? So now she's burning the DNC down because she understands that they sabotaged her. She had no chance in hell because, mind you, what I said about the anti-Semitism problem that the left had, she knew that, hey, she had a fighting chance had she picked Josh Shapiro, but they don't like Jews within the goddamn party.
Josh Shapiro had a fighting chance in Pennsylvania. It's an anti-Semitism that got to her.
Right. They have a Jewish problem in the Democrat Party. This is why they splintered over the Palestine shit.
But wait, Adrian, let me ask you something really quick to that point. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene has talked about this. Tucker Carlson has hosted guests that talk about this, political guests. The Democrats have a problem with Jews, but don't they all, both sides, Republicans and Democrats, have to essentially bend the knee to the Israel state, right? And to Zionist leaders?
You talking about AIPAC and all that?
Yeah, so what's up with this?
Well,
I have an answer for this.
Isn't that how Cori Bush lost her race? Right?
Because she didn't bend the knee, right?
Hey, Adrian, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to answer this because everybody keeps saying like, well, yeah, AIPAC and you have to bend the knee to like the Jewish community. No, it's not true because in 1948, when May 14, 1948, when President Harry S. Truman was the first country in the entire world, the United States, recognized the state of Israel as independent. The next day, he embargoed all American weapons to go to the state of Israel. From 1948 until 1967, it was President Johnson was the first one that actually helped lift the embargo, and then after that, Nixon. So the United States and the state of Israel have always been like this. By the way, the AIPAC is the 10th biggest contributor into the lobbying. So they'll be like, well, yeah, you're influenced by AIPAC. Qatar spends far more money, China does, Iran does, so many other countries does. So when it happens in 1967 and Israel wins the Six-Day War, the United States don't get involved. The reason why the United States has sent the F-35, and the F-35 actually flies, I think, about another 400 miles, is because the state of Israel helped develop it. And the person that signed the deal that sends the state of Israel $3 billion every single year to buy American-made weapons is actually Barack Obama. That signed that when it's his presidency. I think it was in 2014 that he signed that too. So a lot of this is all a hoax. The state of Israel doesn't have all the money that people think that it has. But the anti-Semitism problem is a big, big thing. But in terms of the state of Israel existing, the state of Israel fought its biggest wars without the United States. And frankly, after the United States took off their shackles after Joe Biden, that's why the hostages are home, and that's why the war in Gaza is finished. I think if Biden didn't put the shackles on state of Israel, that war could have been finished in like 3 weeks. Like they finished 6 Arab states in like 6 days, you know. So it's a massive anti-Semitism problem. But AIPAC is not a big political pack. I went to DC and I went to like an AIPAC thing, and I was like, these people don't even have influence. They really, really do not. It's an all anti-Semitic tribe, comes from the Third Reich, comes from the protests of Ellen of Zion being like Jews control it. If the Jews controlled everything, the media coverage on Jews would be so fantastic. The BBC would be saying nice things. CNN would be saying nice things. MSNBC, but no. I think they're getting a hard time for historical differences, but I really think anti-Semitism, to me, it's the world's oldest disease, and anti-blackness too, same thing. But I just think that, no. I just think that she fucked up on that, because most people in reality, because social media is not reality, most people are not anti-Semitic, and AIPAC really doesn't make a big fucking difference. It really does not.
You see, Jasmine Crockett. Look, and this goes into what I was saying about them not grooming a quality candidate. Because after the 2014 route, the 2024 routing of the Democrat Party, the Republican had everything in their fucking favor. Like, they had the wind at their backs, full sails, every fucking thing, full steam ahead. And the Democrats were decimated. They were decimated. They were in disarray. They still don't have a clear message, right? Because all of their policies and shit that they doubled down on during that campaign and shit, it blew up in their face. They don't have a clear leader of the party. Nancy Pelosi got the fuck on. Chuck Schumer is on his way out the fucking door, right? Via AOC. Bernie, they shafted his ass twice. He don't really have any influence. This is why he's trying to leech onto AOC or any motherfucker that has any momentum within the Democrat Party or some semblance of momentum. Bernie knows he's done, right? He's still trying to get this socialism shit off the ground, which is why, he was sucking dick to goddamn Zoran Mondani, right? So, Hakeem Jeffries, he's afraid to goddamn take power. Right? He's emasculated. That a motherfucker. Look at the Democrat Party. That party consists of angry women and effeminate men. That's it. You can't name out a single masculine man in the Democrat Party. And that's for a fucking reason. Now, they know that they were fucked up. They knew that they had lost all influence and momentum. Culture was shifting. Gen Z was shifting away from that bullshit. All of their policies was dying in the fucking water. Oh shit. Mad scramble. We gotta do something. They hit the button, the nuclear option. What they do? Took Charlie Kirk off the board. And because of that, it caused a splintering in the right. The left are just only buying themselves time. They had to buy themselves time. So they took out the one influential motherfucker who they knew was going to destroy the goddamn Democrat Party, because the heart of the Democrat Party is who, y'all? The youth. It is the youth. And Charlie Kirk went to exactly where the heart of the Democrat Party was at, college campuses. Because they are the future voters. They are the next generation. Because one thing about the youth and activism and all of that shit is that when they eventually come into power, they have a tendency of bringing their activism with them. Remember, AOC was 25 years old when she went to Congress. Everything that she's been advocating for was her worldview of what the fuck she sees, how she sees the world. And it reflects in her activism and her policy making in Congress. So they knew that the goddamn youth was a sacred demographic and their future to the party, because look at their policies. They do not reproduce. They only have to recruit.
You're 100% correct.
And so Charlie Kirk went to where their fucking future was at, and they said, hands off. And they killed him for it. They understand that, they understand that looking at that brutal murder of Charlie Kirk in their innocent eyes, in their futuristic eyes, guess what? It's going to radicalize them. So that's what happened. The Democrats had to buy themselves time to figure out their next game plan. And shit, they still don't goddamn learn their lesson. They double down in all of their ideologies. If you don't think that's true, look at Portland, look at LA, look at San Francisco, look at New York, look who they just elected, look at Chicago. All of these places that are Democrat strongholds, they're doubling down in their goddamn ideology. They don't learn. They're political kamikazes. They will destroy themselves, even if it means they will destroy you in the process. That's just my assessment. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're 100% correct, because I think the last election, NBC called it the pros elections because people actually care for like the young man. You know what? You don't even have to agree with these blue hair feminists and all scum like this and stuff. You can love God, you can get married, have kids, have a good life, and everything else like that. And that message was getting through, and I think that was the problem that they're killing for it, because a lot of young men in my generation, especially in our mid-20s, we grew up with every single teacher was a fucking woman. Every single thing was leftist and everything. University, same shit. It's the same ideology. I don't even know how the fuck I survived. Honest to God. Like, I remember in like 2020, I was like almost like an ultra leftist because university, but thank God I have my dad in my life, you know. He just kept me on the straight path. If I didn't have my dad in my life, I'd be fucked. Honest to God, I'd be one of those leftist weirdos that's talking to you right now. But it's the whole indoctrination that happens and stuff. And I think Charlie was getting the message through. It's like, well, yeah, shit happens, but like you can be a man about it. And you can do other things. And they realize the voting patterns are changing. Have you seen the different voting patterns? It's like in Gen Z, it was like 70% of women vote left and 70% of men vote right. So it's like it's split equally. And they're like, well, why is Gen Z not dating? It's like, yeah, because nobody likes each other. And nobody wants to date a liberal leftist lunatic sort of thing, you know? And we were raised by that. It was always like, your toxic masculinity. They make up all sorts of terms for bullshit just for being a man. And you realize that you're like, these people are retarded. They're evil. They're sick and sadistic. And then when they realize the message is not going through, they just kill you. You know? That's what happened to Charlie.
Political kamikazes, man.
It's horrible, man.
They're political kamikazes. They will kill themselves in the process of killing you. This is why I say, yo, look at that party. We were talking about masculinity and blue hair lunatics. That's the base.
It's true.
That is the fucking base.
Who's the one that said that the Democratic Party is a party of like radical women and weak men?
Well, I just said it's a party of angry women and effeminate men. Because you can
You're 100% correct.
Not a single masculine man you can name in the Democrat Party that comes to mind right now.
Tim Walz is a masculine to you, Adrian? What the fuck are you talking about?
Sticky got jumped.
I saw that guy changing oil in his car and he decided to do his air filter. You know, that was the most manly man thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah, it's like Jamal Bowman thought he was part of the squad, a squad of women. Think about that. He thought he was a part of the squad of all women. He called himself a squad member.
What was his name?
Jamal Bowman.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same motherfucker that pulled the fire alarm.
Oh, yeah. Single mother home. Yeah, raising a single mother home for sure.
Yeah.
What's going on, y'all? Merry Christmas, KK. What's up?
Merry
Dr. Brock.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Sid, can I share a little story about your hashtag Santa ate chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, you know, my late husband was Black, and he did not have the Christmas family traditions that I was raised with. And I said, well, let's do stockings, because I've never gotten a stocking in my life. Like, what are the stockings for? And I was like, well, yes. And then Santa comes and and puts the presents, so we gotta hide the presents. And he's like, oh, no. I am not gonna allow a fat, out of shape white man take all the credit for all the hard work that I have done to ensure my children have presents. Their presents will be love daddy, period. He's like, absolutely not. We did compromise, and we said the stockings were from Santa. He was okay with that, but he was like, absolutely not. I didn't think about it in that capacity, but when he shared that with me, I about died. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's definitely a black thing. That's definitely a black thing, KK.
Yes.
You know?
Well, I mean,
that's a real man.
That's how I used to do my kids. I'm like, ain't no fucking Santa, no nothing, man. I said, Dad's got to go to work and break his fucking back for all this shit under the street. Goddamn, you gonna recognize and appreciate that shit.
I have little brothers, and I used to eat their cookies and drink their milk at night. And it took until I was like 14 years of age to realize it wasn't the case.
Fuck. That's why they said, I saw mommy kissing Santa Claus under the Christmas tree. Under the Christmas tree. Hey, you damn right. She was kissing me. God damn it.
Yeah, man. What's going on, America? Sergio, Merry Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas to you. What's up, Dr. Long? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Tim, you said.
Yeah, it's funny as hell, man. Yeah, I'm trying to preserve our white Santa culture, KK. I'm tired of seeing black Santas and brown Santas and yellow Santas everywhere. Santa is fucking white. We're going to stick to that. We're done black washing and brown washing every goddamn thing. Santa's a fat, jolly white man. And
he's either white or black. Have you ever heard anyone argue that Santa's Asian? He's not one.
Yeah, not one time, but I'm nipping it in the bud before it starts, because in 2025, you know, that's going to be the next narrative, KK. Santa was actually an Asian man. He was a fucking Asian man.
Yeah,
right around.
I was launching a GoFundMe to get more Asian Santas. So.
Well, how else are you going to justify? How else are you going to explain how he's able to slip into people's homes at night undetected? I mean, sort of kind of like a ninja.
You know, instead of a sled, he's got a what's some damn things in Chinese or rickshaw? Yeah, a rickshaw. He's got a rickshaw instead of a fucking sled.
But it's a flying rickshaw.
Right.
You know? Check yourself. Say, come on.
Flying rickshaw. Yep. So hey, very stealthy. Very stealthy.
That's funny as shit. You got all your Christmas shopping out the way, KK? She gone. But yeah, I gotta tell you, man, KK is awesome. Her, Thunder, Abby, and freaking Rydell, man. They sent a package to the house. Just beautiful gifts for the baby and everything, man. They did an amazing job. So just that is forever etched into my memory and my heart, man. Those ladies did an amazing job. KK, you know, got everything together and sent the package. So just very thankful and grateful. But just got to keep shouting from the mountaintop how thankful I am. And those ladies did an amazing job, man. So KK is on.
So based on what we just heard in the story, you took credit for all the presents, right?
Who was that, K? Oh, yeah.
These are all from Daddy.
Right.
Nobody else.
Yeah, I shed a tear, man. I opened up, saw them gifts, and man, them ladies put some thought into those gifts, man. They were amazing. They got a tear out of me, man. It was beautiful. So yeah, it's just amazing, man. I'm just super thankful, man. Those ladies are amazing. Did a great job. Very appreciative.
You know, Sig, I realize as an adult, you know, Christmas becomes when you stop expecting the gifts, and then you're the one that your wallet is empty. That's when I realize I'm the adult now, you know?
Yeah.
So, nah, that's really nice to hear. My brother's wife just gave birth 3 days ago too, by the way. beautiful baby boy, you know.
Congratulations, man. So you got a new nephew?
Yeah, I got two now. One is
awesome,
2 years of age, and one is like 5 days of age now. Beautiful man, like I'm like
brand new.
Yeah, bro. And then my missus bugging me. She's like, "When are we gonna have babies?" I'm like, "Why don't we get through Christmas first, okay?" And we can talk about it after Christmas, sort of thing. But baby fever is a real thing. When I first met her, she was like, "I'm never having babies." And then she met my nephews, and that's all I can hear about it now. It's. I think that's humanity, you know. Like you meet babies, like when my nephews run up to me because I've been there when they were kids, and they like hug me and everything. And she's like, "Well, you know, like," she's like, "Well, you know, I think we should have kids." And I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. I think we should have Christmas first and hang out and like, you know what I mean? But it changes your whole world. It changed my brother, man. My brother became the most upstanding guy. He became so beautiful, you know. And congratulations, Sig. I really appreciate what you said about it.
Beautiful. Brother. Congratulations to you, man, and your new nephew, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, dude, like, as much as everybody rags on the manosphere, they're telling the truth.
The manosphere is bullshit when a little baby hugs you, bro. Honestly.
No. The manosphere is on point when it talks about where the priorities are for men and women. And women get their fulfillment from children and family, not careers and jobs. And it's so true, man, because I'm more observant now. And I pay attention to when there's family gatherings, what the women talk about and what the men talk about. Dude, I don't hear women talking about careers and degrees, bro. It's always about recipes, family, vacation, arts and crafts, you know, activities. It's so, yeah, 100%, man. Women get their fulfillment from fucking family and children. And
because they're communal like that.
Yes, 100%. And when you see these women talking about the family and the gatherings and family members and you know what outfits we knitted and what blankets we crocheted, and dude, you can look and just see the joy on their face that they're talking about that stuff, because that's what matters most to them, you know. So yeah, man, get married, bro, have a family. Hey, check, I'm telling you, man.
Bro,
and I think a lot of men
get so happy, Sig. You know what I mean? I never seen my missus so happy about this.
Yeah.
And
but just think, in 12 short months, you'll have your nephew, and you'll be sitting around for Christmas waiting for Ninja Claus to show up.
Hopefully I don't fire blanks, you know? And it works. So, but I never seen her like, she was like, wow, this is so, because she'd be talking about her career, I'm a lawyer, blah, 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 blah. The other women didn't even give a fuck. The other women were like, "Oh, what did you get your little girl for Christmas?" You know? And she'd be sitting there. She's like, "What the fuck?" sort of thing.
Yeah, man. No, it's true, man. Yeah, that's you know, and it's a beautiful thing, man. I remember this clip. I think I played in a room. I did a room on this a while ago, but Andrew Tate had this clip that went viral, and it was so true. He was talking about his grandmother's like 90th birthday or something like that. And when they all gathered to celebrate her birthday, there was like 60 people in the room, right? And all these human beings came from that one woman. It was all grandchildren, you know, sons and daughters, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. And, you know, he said nobody talked about her career. Nobody talked about her work. Everybody was just so infatuated and amazed and grateful that so much life came from that one woman, and that's what everybody was there to celebrate. You know, that's what everybody was paying attention to, and it was like, yeah, that's the fucking truth, man. That's the shit that matters the most.
No, it's so true. Like, if anything ever happens to my dad and my mom is not here, she'd be straight at my house 100%, because mothers are so special, and it actually makes you grow up, Sid. It actually makes you grow up, because you're like, you have something more important than you. It cures depression. It just does. It cures a lot of problems you have in your life, because you're like, well, I have this little homie or this little niece that I have to look after. And it's not even my own children, but I can see the pressure, and I can see like you wanna win, you know?
Yeah.
It's just the most motivation you can have as a man. No therapy can do that for you, bro. Like, it's just not even possible.
Yeah. That's what I don't think a lot of modern women realize how much men care about their families. Like, I had explained this to my wife. You know, I explained to her how grueling my job is. Like my job is very, very hard physical labor, man. I'm in environments freezing cold, you know, fucking blazing hot, you know, but it's like every time I feel that pain, every time I feel tired or exhausted, it's like, you know, I picture my family and it's like, yeah, suck it up, buttercup. You know, you got people relying on you, depending on you, and you can't fail, you can't be tired, you can't be hurt, you can't give up, can't bitch, moan, and complain. You know, it is a, I don't know, man. I think it's just like the natural order of things. You know, when families are together, man, it gives.
Honestly, I think it's natural medication. To be honest with you,
that's a great phrase. Yep, I agree with you 100%, A-Check. But yeah, no, man, kids do something to you, man. I've had my moments where I've been down in the dumps, bro. I've literally been sitting cleaning my guns and been depressed to the point where I'm like, yeah, I could put one of these motherfuckers in my mouth and pull the trigger and just let it all be done with. But when you start having those thoughts, man, you think about those kids, you think about your family, and it's like, I can't do it, man. I can't let these people down, you know?
There's no fucking, you have something to live forward. And I think that's one of the best things. Like my brother was confused. But the second he had his son, bro, he locked in, bro. He used his university degree. He was a military veteran. And he just worked hard, bro. He bought a house. Everything went well. I think his child actually saved his life. Like, you know, and now he had just a second one just again. And I honestly think having that child, Jock is his name, J-O-K. It's like a Scottish name too. But yeah, he saved his life. And the second one is a Cole, A-K-O-L. Just happened a few days ago. His wife's recovering in his hospital. And he's a different guy, Zig, you know? Like it's just, bro, he wakes up for like 6 a.m. He doesn't have to go to work at 9 a.m. just to cook his wife breakfast and make sure it's okay, no postpartum. I've never seen him this motivated. I went over to just make sure it's okay because it's Christmas, we're all here together. But it's like, I've never seen him like, you know, like, he's a man. You know, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a man's man now. It's just, before it's, you know, he'd complain and blah, 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 and bitch about, but yeah, he's a different guy, man, you know? And I can't wait to have children, honestly. And it's fantastic, man. This is what life is about, honestly.
Absolutely.
Congratulations again, but it's true. It's really true.
I agree, man. 100%. What's up, KP? Merry Christmas. Hey, nigga, fuck that happy holiday shit in the chat, nigga. We say Merry Christmas around here, bro. Come on.
Merry Christmas. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I just hung up with Mom. And she was like, where is Sig? I was like, shit, Sig over there being the daddy. He being father son. You know, she wants that baby to come over.
Oh, yeah, we're going to bring her over. She's still brand new, man. We got to give her another month before we start taking her around and, you know. So, we got to get her ready to say, hey, she's still fragile.
Yeah, you already see bouncing and where's he at? Where's that baby?
A little like baby at.
Bring that baby over here. Like, Mom, call him. Shit.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make our rounds, bro. We're gonna make our rounds. She's getting some neck strength and she's starting to hold her head up a little bit better. But once she's holding her head up and she's not as fragile, we're gonna make our rounds and take her to see everybody. So definitely, mom is on the map for stopping, man. We're definitely gonna come out to your area. But yeah, AJ, man, let me tell you something, bro. Like seeing like my wife interact with our daughter, bro, is like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life, man. And it is like my ex-wife, you know, I'm not ragging on my ex-wife. My ex-wife was a good mom, but I didn't see the passion for my kids in her that I see with my current wife.
It's like heaven, bro. I can see it in my brother's eyes. Yeah, it's heaven. Yeah. It's on cloud 9, bro.
And it's like, my wife is in love with our daughter, man. Like, you know, and it's just like to see her care and nurture and just love on that baby, man. It's like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my fucking life, bro. It's just such an amazing observation, man. And I've never seen a woman love on a child like that before in my life. And it's just such a beautiful.
But the other side of it, you was weak fucking. You
Remember, you told me that shit years ago. That's how I have daughters. Oh, you wasn't fucking good. You remember that shit?
No, nigga, as if you had daughters first, nigga. That's what I say. You got the lazy dick, nigga. That's what it is.
So you had the lazy dick this time. I can't wait to see my niece, man. I can't wait to see her.
Strong, nigga. You and Adrian, y'all niggas had the lazy dick.
Wait, what?
Nigga, you had girls first, Adrian.
Hey. Nah, man. That shit was goddamn powerhouse.
You know, it's funny. I walked in my brother's house, and my niece was painting his nails and stuff. And I'm like, it's okay, I got the good beers and stuff. You know, when look, bro, like, it doesn't matter, as long as they're healthy, it brings up the best sides of you, you know. I came up with like a six-pack to my brother's house, and my niece, she was painting his nails, and she was like, yeah, Uncle, check how you doing. I'm like, man, like, it's unbelievable, bro, you know. I just want to get a little bit more mature, and hopefully the relationship stays strong. Keep praying to God Almighty, and bring a niece or a nephew to my brothers and stuff. Like, he's giving me the joy. But it's such a blessing, guys, bro. I can't believe people abort children. I just can't believe this bullshit and other things. I'm like, wow, you have a miracle from God, and you're like, yeah, like, no matter what you're going through, you can make it work, you know. Like, it's just, everything is possible because they bring light into the world, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And you have enough experience, yeah.
How old are you, AJ?
Me, I'm 25.
Oh, yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, I plan, man, do it the next few years while you're young enough to still run around and, you know, have a bunch of fun. And yeah, the older you get, man, I when I was coaching baseball, my kids were in baseball their whole lives, and I used to see the parents that waited till they were like 35, 40 to have kids and shit, and so by the time they got to the baseball field with my kids, you know, we're in our damn 20s, and these parents are in their fucking 40s and 50s and shit, and they're just struggling, man. They can't keep up, so yeah, you're young enough, man. Do it within the next 2 years, bro. You got the energy to run around and be silly with the kids and just have a great time and make some good memories, man. You're good.
And travel and stuff. I don't want to be low energy. I don't want to be tired, you know.
Yeah.
I want to be like in high spirits and live life, sort of thing, and just have a good time. I don't want any of that because you're 100% correct. And I see the value in family and relationship. Like I think I told Edwin earlier. She's a radical leftist. She's like 10 years older than me. You know, like, almost mid-30s, and she was like, hey, the man, all this. She called me, like, and she was like, well, yeah, I want to have kids. I'm like, that's not how it works. It's like, you have to change your mind around. Maybe just be nice to a guy. Maybe just don't reject him after a first date. Maybe just say hello and, like, whatever, you know. But she's realizing a bit late because, at least with men, we don't have a body clock. You know, I'm not going to shit on women at all whatsoever. But it's like, I told her years and years ago, like, you're going to get to a stage in your life where you can't reverse the clock and you're going to regret the decision to make it because these people are brainwashing you. The best things in life, it's not even about money or other things. It's family or Christmas or in America, you have Thanksgiving or whatever, right? Or Easter. It's the best times of your life. That's when you get people around and you see the people that love you. And that's more important than anything political, anything whatever. And I think people tend to forget that, second guys. Like, you need people to care about you in your entire life. And when you said that you have a huge family, that Entertainment story, I saw it, and I was like, it's correct. My grandmother died at 95 years of age, you know, and she was like, I love you very much. And I was there when she was dying too. Very beautiful, South Sudan and Juba. But it's true. At the end of the day, when you're old and you're retired, you have your memories, you have your family, and you have your loved ones. That's all you have, because your money in your house, you're going to give it to your kids anyway.
Yeah, you can't take it with you. Yeah, you can't take that with you. Yeah.
It's fucked anyway. Like, my house is going to be going to my kids anyway. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree with you. That's why I'm so against the whole black pill thing, man. Like, I'm all for the red pill. I think many.
Fuck the black pill. You're correct.
But yeah, the black pill, like these men say, I don't ever want to get married. Fuck marriage. Fuck that. I'm like, bro, like, don't. Like, you're too far gone, bro. Don't go down that road. Like, I'm telling you, man, you get so much motivation and so much happiness and fulfillment from having a family, bro. It's yeah, I hate, you know, that's the one dark side I hate about the red pill side. Is because you do have some of the guys in the red pill that are preaching that shit and driving a lot of these guys into black pill mode, man. I don't think that's the way we need to go. That's not how our country is built.
Pill? What's black pill?
Black pill is when you just totally give up on everything. You're just done with everything. And what happens is the red pill tends to discourage a lot of these men and drive them into black pill where they're saying fuck, you know, women, period, fuck relationships.
It just kills your soul.
It just kills your, yeah, it literally it deadens you inside. And I hate, there's been a couple guys coming through here talking that shit, man. It's just like, dude, like, that's not the way, that's not what's going to keep our country going. Our country was built on solid community and family. And if we start going totally down, you know, the rabbit hole of the black pill shit, just giving up on everything, dude, it's you know, it's pointless. It's a pointless fight at that point. So, but yeah, you're starting to see a lot of men like give up completely on relationships and family and stuff like that, and their souls have been darkened, and it's sad to hear them talking like that.
Yeah, I have seen that on social media. It is very sad. I think those men will regret that at some stage in their life too, because just like women, I think men, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, I think some men, probably more than I know, get to a point where they're like, man, I should have had a family, I should have had a wife, I should have settled down. Because you're right, at the end of the day, none of this worldly shit matters. Love, God, and family, that's all that matters. And even if you don't believe in God, love and family and that human connection, that's what matters at the end of the day.
Right, yeah, I agree 100%, man. I agree 100%.
You're 100% true. And then another thing I thought was like, some people are like, well, yeah, never be a stepfather and everything else like that. I'm like, well, what if you meet the most beautiful woman in your entire life and she just happened to have a kid or whatever, something went wrong? Like, don't black pill out, like, be reasonable, like, be conscious, don't be taken advantage of. But if you get a blessing in your life, don't fuck that up too, sort of thing. That's what I'm thinking, because the joys come from family and everything. So when I meet people that black pill out, I'm like, I don't want anyone in my life, because there's no joy there. Like, what am I supposed to think? Like, 18 to 25, I'm like, yeah, all women are hers, all women are this. It's not the case, you know what I mean? So it's like, you need to bring some joy into your life. Like Charlie Kirk said, I think Adrian said this before, if you're still with us, Adrian, it's like, get married, have kids, go to church, try to live a decent life, and the mistakes you've had in the past, nobody's perfect. That's why Jesus Christ is Lord, because he's the only person that was perfect, essentially. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you try to do good. But the whole black thing, sick and stuff, I can't deal with that bullshit. It's like, you've given up on life. You just think everything is terrible, everything is dark, everything is the worst thing that's ever happened in humanity. And it's like, yeah, so you get divorced and something happens, but life is about memories, you know? You don't want to sit there in your 70s and 80s and nothing to look back on towards. And especially people that, like, you know, you can have a problem with a certain woman that's hurt you or whatever, but you can't be like, yeah, all women are hoes. Not true. Fake news, false, you know? So, you know what I mean? Sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, when I saw my brother holding his son in his arms and he was crying, this is like an army combat veteran, by the way, say, you know, ADF, like Special Forces. And he was crying, bro. I never seen him cry in my entire life. Just because the baby was holding, it was like, wow, you know. And he changed his entire life, you know, owns a house, everything. It changed his life. This black girl is
because
horrible.
he saw an untainted version of himself.
True. Ooh, that's a good point, Adrian. Damn, that's fire, bro. Yeah, that's a good point.
True.
Did I mistake this paycheck? You say you're 25?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, A-Check, I thought you were older than that. You sound like a seasoned man.
It's because
That's why I
we start smoking cigarettes at like 12, and South Sudan we start smoking cigarettes at 10. It's the voice. And plus, I did voice surgery. The voice is all confused. I sound different, but yeah, I'm 25.
But no, it's nice to hear young people your age to have this kind of knowledge. It's very, very nice, refreshing.
Yeah,
thanks, man. My dad beat it down to me. He was correct.
Yeah, A-Check is very sharp, man. Very, very wise for his age. That's his. If you look at his PTR, that's his property. He's building. He's got property. He's building, homes and stuff for his family. And
yeah,
he's a good kid, man. He's got a good head on his shoulders. We need more like you.
A-Check is absolutely amazing. Yeah, he is moving through life the way life is supposed to move. But I will tell you that I believe what Sig was saying. There are men out there that throw in the black pill, right? I dealt with one of them today. And he couldn't understand how a woman and a man can be friends. I'm like, dude, I needed help. I needed to run out because I helped my son buy a truck last night. And we got that home, but I left my Jeep sitting on the property at the car lot. I needed help to get out there. But I'm like, we're friends. This is it. And he went on some damn tangent with me. And I said, dude, you're going to be single for the rest of your fucking life. Okay? Because whatever you're looking for in somebody, he's very rude about the way he speaks about women. He is so jaded in his life about, getting divorced. And
why is he so transactional? That's sad.
But I'm like, why can't we be friends? Like, our kids are friends. They're best friends. Why can't we just be friends? I don't look at every man and say, hey, by the way, I'd like to sleep with you. No, I don't say that. That is not what I feel for every man that is in my life. But that doesn't mean we can't be friends. This guy is on a higher level. And I finally had to state it to him. Like, I appreciate you, and I paid for lunch, whatever. Thank you. I appreciate you. I've taken his daughter on vacations. But dude, you're going to be single forever because your outlook on women is so out there that I don't know that you're ever going to find anybody. One, not me. That's for sure. Because I won't put up with that type of shit. And yeah, no, not okay. Degrading women to me will push me so far away from you, and especially when you drag my kid into it. You've pushed me so far to a left wall that, yeah, I'm like the movie Dirty Dancing. Don't push baby into the corner. Mm-mm.
And to be honest, this is the first time I ever heard the term a black pill.
Yeah.
Never heard it.
It's a term in Gen Z. It's like Gen Z men are crashing out because they think all the women are like on OnlyFans. They think they're like 100 body counts. They've just literally given up on women. They literally think, my generation, honestly, like, they just think every woman is a hoe, slept with so many men. There's no point of dating them. Just make money and just sleep with them. And there's no point of getting with them. Get your passport, go overseas, and marry some chick in a third world country that will be subservient to you. Which is the mentality.
Can I hire you?
That's the black girl mentality, yeah. It's horrible, yeah. What'd you say? Sorry, I cut you off.
I want to hire AJ. Hold on one sec. I want to hire AJ. I think coming in at the age he is and stating that, because you know what that weirdo said to me today? Oh, what are you doing? Going to be on OnlyFans? And then he kept telling me I sleep with all these guys. I have a gazillion men that are my colleagues, right? You can see me out every day with a different man. I don't sleep with any of these guys. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. I have respect for myself. Like, we're out talking business or just maybe just having a great time. Weirdos out there, but you hit it. I wish I had that recorded because that was absolutely amazing what you just said.
So yeah, that's one of the downfalls kind of this manosphere red pill thing is you do have guys that can't compartmentalize, right? They've taken the all approach, right? And it's supposed to be not all, you know, but they've taken the mentality that, like HX said, every single woman's a whore, every single woman's on OnlyFans, every single woman's out to use you and abuse you for your money and your resources. They've gone to the extreme side of the spectrum. Now, when you talk about men and women can't be friends, typically that rule holds true, Beth, because men typically, it's about the utility. And when you have men and women that are in a relationship, typically women don't offer the same amount of utility towards a man that he's able to offer the woman. And you see this all the time. Typically, you see women who have male friends, the men are fixing things around their house, protecting them, literally giving them boyfriend type resources, things that a boyfriend or husband is supposed to offer that woman. The women get to use that, right? But when you think about what utility is returned equally to the man, it's typically none or not as much. So, and then most men, because we are sexual in nature, we want to fuck any and everything that walks, for the most part, not all, but most men will be a friend role and provide those utilities and resources to the woman because in the back of their mind is, I have a chance. So maybe if I do things for her, I hang around her, you know, I'll have a chance at sleeping with her. But in that woman's mind, because women aren't as sexual as men, like you said, Beth, you can hang around guys. You're not thinking about sleeping with those guys. But if we were to be honest and pick the brains of the guys you hang around with, I guarantee the majority, if you gave them an opportunity to sleep with them, they would jump on it like a fucking lion on a gazelle bed. So it's just the nature of the two sexes why that rule typically isn't compatible. Now, is it impossible for men and women to be friends? No, it's not impossible. But typically you see that friendship work when the woman's not expecting utility out of the man and the man's not expecting utility out of the woman. So like, for instance, I consider KK a friend of mine, right? But KK is in a relationship. She's not looking to get with me. I'm married. I'm not looking to get with her. And it's literally conversation and bouncing ideas off of each other, things like that. I would say that's more rare of a case where a man is not looking for any type of sexual interaction with a woman than the other way around. And that's why that rule typically stands. And what's happening is what happens is a lot of men will err on the side of caution to say, hey, if I see a woman and she's surrounded by a bunch of guys, I'm not going to wait to get myself neck deep in a bunch of bullshit with this woman. I'm just going to assume that, hey, it's the worst. That way I don't even waste my time. And so most men are going to take that assumption, Beth, and then they're going to typically try to move on. You know, it's just how it works. That's the reality.
I'm just going to tell you, there is no way in living hell that I would be having sex with this man, but our kids are best friends. Do I mind to go and have lunch? I'll pay for my own fucking lunch. You don't have to pay for jack shit for me. But I think it's okay to have female-male relationships that don't include sex. He does not think that is normal, which is really weird, but he gets very abusive about it. And I'm like, dude, you're going to be left alone for the rest of your life. I'm sorry.
But that right there, just your story and his reaction to you rejecting him and turning him down when it comes to a romantic relationship, that tells you it right there. The fact that he got upset. So he was looking for something more. And that's typically what you see men do. Men will take the friend zone position waiting for a chink in your armor to be able to infiltrate, right, and try to get you. But the thing is, the biggest utility women offer in general is sex. You can't get the best out of a woman, typically. Not all. But most of the time, Beth, you can't get the best out of a woman unless you're sleeping with her. And that's typically how it works. And if most men were honest about that, if you sit in the locker rooms, you sit in the fucking barbershops, you sit in the taverns, and you're a fly on the wall, and you just listen to men talk without any pressure of women hearing the conversation, this is typically what we talk about, Beth. And that's just the reality of it. Most women don't offer enough utility outside of sex to satisfy, being friends with a man. It's just, sorry, it's just the nature of the beast, man.
Well, and I understand that, but I did explain it to him that, you know what, you're probably going to get somebody eventually, right? Are they going to be genuine? Are they going to actually be somebody that you would even want to be in public with? Like, that's where I go out in life. And, I was raised around a ton of men. My dad owned a lumber company, and all he hired were men except for his secretaries that I would go and sit with after I got off the school bus. But, no, none of them, they didn't date or marry like women that were nasty, that were out there just running around like crazy fools. And he made this gentleman that I have to be, divorcing right now. He told him, don't you make a fool of my daughter. Just let her go if that's what you're going to do. But I don't know. My son has too much respect. I've raised my son, who's 22. Like, when we were looking at trucks yesterday, we looked at the trucks that I said, can you put a family in? Can you put a car seat in the back seat? Can you do all these things? Think ahead of time. Because once we buy this, you are not going to be trading it anytime soon. One, I'm not a car person. I buy cars and I'm done with it. But he was like, yeah, let me look at this. And he looked at it. He's like, I think so. I'm like, cool. You're 22. Yeah, you can put probably 2 car seats in the back. Awesome. And we talked about that. But yeah, I think there's some guys out there in the world that, especially our age group, right, that we've already raised our kids. Like, and we're not ready to go back to that, but we're still logical of things we do in our life for the grandkids. Who is coming, the next generation, right, behind us? And I don't know. I think we're raising a good group of men. And the more you guys talk about it and you talk to these younger guys, and you have amazing people like, people on this app that are young, I think it's awesome.
Honestly, I think your son is going to be okay if he's raised by a mother like you. It's going to be perfectly fine. I just think things go A, B, and C, but I honestly think it's going to be fine. I just think that if he survived this long with all the integration of school and you're working so hard, I think it's going to be fine. And I think you're going to be fine, by the way, too, Beth. And I just think a lot of people just, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong and I don't have too much life experience, obviously, but I just think if you commit and you're if you're gonna break your promises, you'd be like, I broke my promises, and you own up to it and everything else like that, you're gonna be okay. I think things go wrong when you say a promise and then you break it and then you lie about it. I think that's when it goes wrong. But I honestly think you're gonna be fine. Honestly. So would not be too worried because I'm 25 and he's 22. I think he said he's gonna be okay. Like you just realize a lot of stuff, and a lot of the black pill stuff. As long as like the most poisonous app is Reddit, the worst of the worst. It's just horrible. And you have Kick is even worse. And then the Xbox stuff and PlayStation stuff is all fine, but Kick and Reddit, that's the worst of the worst apps you can get on because they're the ones that come up with these terminologies and everything else like that. But I think it's gonna be fine, honest to God. And I think you've done a great job. And and I said that to my parents. So yeah, honestly, I just think that's the way it is. Honestly, you just have to pay attention to the new apps and new terminology. And that's about it, really.
Yeah, shit's definitely changed out here, man. You just gotta. The biggest thing I found is just being straight up with your kids. And I know you got a daughter, Beth, and you got a son. But we got to start being honest with their kids, especially with these young girls. Teaching them the reality of things, teaching them the reality of how men typically operate, how women typically operate. Like the daughter, for instance. My daughter would teach her, hey, any guy that comes around and wants to be your friend, just be on the side of caution. Err on the side of caution, and know that guy wants something, right? That's typically what it's gonna be. He's gonna want something, so be cognizant of it. So when you go on a date, bring your own pocketbook, pay for your own shit, so there's no expectation. Don't go over to a guy's house if you're not going to have sex with him. Don't invite a guy over to your house if you're not going to have sex with him. For the men, it's like, hey, understand you have a lot to offer as far as utility and resources. That's your number one job is to protect and provide. Don't give that away to someone who's undeserving. Don't give it away to someone who's going to use and abuse you and what you have to bring to the table. Same thing for the young women. But I think if we're honest with these kids and we get out of this fairy tale, Snow White, Cinderella bullshit that everybody's been taught, and it's a fail plan. Everybody gets on that, riding off on a white horse into the sunset. That plan has failed. Those days no longer exist. I think everything will be all right, but we just got to be honest, man. We got to be honest and hand these kids a dose of reality on how the world really works. What's going on, Delphine? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. So, I work with a lot of young ladies, and surprisingly, they seem to be already on that route. They're not even thinking about Cinderella. And, some of them are like, oh, maybe I should freeze my eggs. They're more career orientated, quicker to break up from a relationship. So I think the sign of the times is already showing itself, which is good or bad. I'm not here to judge. But per your statement earlier that men state that they get more of a woman when they're sexually active. But I feel what a woman gets out of a man when she's not sexually active with him is his truth.
I don't even understand what she said.
Real quick. Hold on, real quick, AJ, because I agree with Delphine. I think I know where she's going, but you want to expound on that, Delphine, so everybody's on the same page? Because I
Can you translate that for me, please? I didn't understand.
That's a good point, Delphine. Yeah, break that down.
So in a couple of ways. So say if a man is in a relationship already and he has a female friend, the female friend probably is getting more of the real version of him, the truth. Not the compromised version, not the keeping the relationship safe version, but his truth, how he really feels, what he feels about her cooking, his life, what he wants to vent about, mentally, what's going on in his head, and so you get a lot of a man's truth. That's one. And if you let a man stay around long enough, which I agree with Sin, if a man's around you, he's waiting to get in. But if you make him long enough, his realness comes out. Because after a while, they get back. So I'm just saying, you get to know a person a lot more. I don't know, but let's say, because he probably can explain it.
Go ahead, check if you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Honestly, that's so false. If you made a man wait long enough, by the time you're 16, 17, or 18, you could have, by the way. But it's just so common these days that it doesn't even matter. We have people 18 in high school graduating years that already had OnlyFans, you know what I mean, and other things. So it's grown a generation, but I didn't have that. I already had my missus, and it's like, you know, Delphine, it's not the generation that you grew up in, you know, and I'm just telling you that there's a major difference. And the problem is, like, maybe you think, well, yeah, in your generation, you have to make a man wait like 90 days or Steve Harvey days, as I call it, which is an absolute fucking lie. It's not the truth. Sorry for the language. But I just think, like, you need to have both parental figures, especially father figures, in there. But all that stuff you said, Delphine, honestly, I think it's like deleted 20 years ago. I just don't agree with it because when I was finishing high school and started university and then finished university, that was never the case. You know what I mean? And the military and stuff. Never the case. And I think it's an old school mentality. It doesn't exist anymore. It's dead.
So I want to tell you, it definitely exists, but not in the way you think. So the man that a woman is interested in is getting it. The man that she's not interested in is waiting. And dudes are still waiting. So, and that's it. That doesn't change. So I just want you to understand that. So of course, the one that she's attracted to is getting whatever you want. But she's going to let that dude hang around. And he ain't going to never get it. And he's going to linger for quite a while. So dudes will always linger.
You know? And you're right. And Delphine, let me ask you this question. Why are those dudes hanging around?
Because they're waiting for a chance to get in. And then
why is she keeping those guys around?
Because it's like a comfort zone.
Because
like it's like
a car, she can talk to him about all her problems.
There you go.
They can go out on dates. He's paying for it. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to friends between men and women, men offer more useful utility than the woman does. Because the main thing, and by that logic, Delphine even painted it, is that the men are hanging around for sex, right? So that tells you right there, that's the biggest utility women offer to men in men's eyes. That's just how we're hardwired. That's just evolution of biology. It sucks to hear, but it's the goddamn truth. And the more we start acknowledging and living in that reality, we can start playing chess and get off this fucking checkerboard we're all on. Delphine is 100% right. And a woman's biggest thing that she can, this is why a woman's virginity is so important when she starts dating and getting around men in a romantic fashion, because of how most men think. And again, not all, but the majority of men think this way. This is why virginity is so valuable when it comes to men. If you look at the sexual black market, you know, as horrible as that market is, but again, this is something we all know about. The women who have their virginity intact, they get the highest dowry. They get the highest offerings. Look at the women who are virgins and put themselves on OnlyFans. There's a bunch of women who've done it. They've kept their virginity waiting for the day that they turn 18 to put it out there on OnlyFans, and those women get the most fucking views and the most fucking monetary offers because men are attracted to untainted women, aka virginity. So when a woman has her V card, she can now surround herself with men that she thinks are interested in her for her to find a husband. But the thing she has going for her is that if she doesn't give that up to other men freely and willy-nilly, she still maintains value. So what's going to happen is the men who are just in her face just to only have sex, they're not going to wait long. Delphine's 100% correct. Their true colors are going to show very quickly, usually within a couple months to a few months. And then she can weed those guys out because they're not really there for her. They're there just for the sex. The guy that actually gives a fuck about her, he's going to wait, and he's gonna stay true as far as showing her that he's gonna be a good husband, he's gonna be a good father, and he's gonna be consistent with these actions. The biggest mistake women make, and because they're not being told the truth, they're being taught this bullshit lie that men and women are equal, we all operate on the same frequency, is that, oh, my virginity is not as valuable as it should be, as what we used to teach women it was. So now she gives it up to some bullshit dude in high school, in the high school bathroom. And I'm telling you this story because I've heard this from so many women I've talked to. Giving it up in a high school bathroom, skipping a day at school at 14, 15 years old, giving up their most valuable possession that they hold, which is the pathway to their womb, to childbirth. They give it up to some fucking loser. Why? Because you're pretty, you're cute, you're sexy. I like you. You fine, girl. All this stupid little shit that these dumbass little boys and men tell these women, and they fucking fall for it. They end up giving up that virginity, right? And then if you talk to most of these women, check, most of these women will tell you they regret giving it up to these men who didn't show consistency. And the reason why they didn't show consistency is because these women gave up the sex prematurely, and it gave the man nothing else to work for or prove himself for. And that's the number one problem we're seeing with women.
Well, I will tell you this. Because I hang out with a lot of guys, right? And a lot of colleagues that are men. I know all their wives. If I pull a guy into my life and you get jealous of the guys in my life, guess what? You're kicked out of the crew. If everybody likes you and the guys like you, then cool. We'll move on with that. But if you can't act right in front of my friends, no. See you later, alligator. No. And that's where I think people mess up. And that's where I think my daughter's best friend's dad messes up with me. Dude, I'm your friend. Come hang out with my friends. Like, we're all cool. We go out, we hang out every day. Come out with us. None of my friends like this fucker. And it's just like, okay. But I have another friend that he comes in, he walks through the crowd, he comes over, pulls up a chair and sits right beside me. Hey, Beth, after he talks to everybody else. And, you know, you have to make sure, because one, at 46 years old, I am not bringing anybody else into my life that my friends don't like. Like, I could find somebody on Clubhouse.
Let me ask you a
Clubhouse
question.
might like.
Let me ask you a question. Why does it matter with your friends? Like, that's the thing that I learned a long time
Because
ago. Misery loves company. And I learned this a long time ago. Like, misery loves company. You know who keeps women single? Other women. The biggest enemy for women.
My friends.
And their male friends, check.
They're male.
And their male friends. It's true. But the thing is, like, but I just want to ask you a question. I found out my short life, misery loves company. Like, if I was going to die tomorrow, I will die in this hill. Single women keep other women single because they realize, well, yeah, they're happy. They're going to probably forget them in their life and everything else like that. And that's why they start saying shit towards them. Like, someone like you, clearly you're beautiful. Clearly you raise good children. Clearly you're a wonderful person. Like, you should have no problems at all whatsoever. And clearly you're a wonderful person. But misery loves company. And I can't believe that people don't understand this. You know?
I think she was saying her male friends that she hangs around with don't like the guy. But that's
because the male friends want to fuck her. That's the reason.
Right. And that's the problem, Beth, is that your line of thinking. Your line of thinking, men are very territorial when it comes to their women. That's just how we're hardwired, And again, I trying to tell a man to change his biological ways. Imagine someone telling you as a woman to stop liking the things that you like as a woman. That's how hard it is, okay, for a man to change. So we are very territorial, and we understand the dynamic that if a woman won't have a romantic relationship with the guy, she sticks him in the friend zone for a reason, because she doesn't like him, but it's not necessarily that way for the guy. So if we court a woman and we see she has all these male guys around, as a man, it's a safe assumption that now I'm in the vicinity of all these guys. And I know the only reason why these guys, most of them, majority of them, are hanging around because they want to fuck my wife. That's not a good feeling to have as a man, Ben. And most men aren't going to want to deal with that kind of pressure or that kind of stress. It's being around other guys, knowing the majority of these guys want to fuck you, but you put up the gates that they can't. So typically what happens, Beth, is if you have a bunch of hungry dogs around, salivating at the mouth, ready to pounce on you the minute you let your guard down, me as a man, I know that threat is always there in the background. So if I fuck up, if I do something wrong, you've got these male friends who you're going to go run and confide in and talk to about our problems. And these guys are going to try to destroy whatever we have because they're their sole goal is to get your pants. It's not that they necessarily care about your well-being, whatever chance they can get to get that pussy, they're gonna fucking pounce on it, and that's what that man has to deal with. So most men, Beth, and I'm not saying a man has to be like violently jealous or be an asshole or a dick about it, but most men, Beth, are not going to be comfortable with a woman having a bunch of male friends around, not because of you, but because of them.
All men. No man is comfortable with having. When she's like, well, yeah, I have like a male best friend and everything else like that. It's not true. No man actually believes that. Maybe because he really doesn't believe it. It's gonna be like, well, yeah, okay, I'm gonna see this through. Maybe you've been friends for like 20 years, whatever. That's okay. But it's a lie. Every man knows, like, the second, like, you slip up, she's gonna be like, well, yeah, I'm gonna be with this so-called best friend, whatever, quote-unquote it is. And that's why the guys get so uncomfortable. It's not because of jealousy. It's not because of anything. Because men understand other men. There's no reason ever in a man's entire life for your woman to be best friends with another man. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. This is delusional. It's like Disney fairy tale bullshit. It's not a reason to, and it's ridiculous. If my woman ever comes to me and she's like, well, yeah, I have a male best friend, he's gay or whatever, or maybe he's straight, I'm like, yeah, we're done. You don't play games with this bullshit. These games are just done with. It's ridiculous. Yeah. All men know this because we know other men. It's true. It's just a fact. We know this. And if he doesn't tell you, he's lying.
I don't think you should bring the opposite sex in your relationship. Just trying to have a relationship with two people is hard enough. Adding more just makes it more complex. But I'm going to tell you what my dad taught me when it comes to. So I agree with ladies should savor their virginity. But my dad said to me, I want you to live your life and live it to the fullest because there is nothing a woman can do on the face of this earth to keep a man. So I said, Daddy, what keeps a man? And he said, a man keeps a man. So if a man wants to be married, he ain't leaving. If a man wants a family, he's going to have a family. And if a man don't want that family, I don't give a damn how good you cook, how pretty you are, your virginity, he ain't fucking staying.
You gotta be kidding me. Did they tell you that in like the 80s or the 90s or 2000s? Like, nobody believes this anymore.
No, it's true. She's 100% right.
So if you're gonna date a type of dude that doesn't understand the foundation, he's not looking for a wife, because we're choosing for the wrong reasons. So you got to ask yourself first, what do you want? And then you got to seek that. You got to be in those areas of men and women who are looking to get married. But men and women choose for what makes them feel good, what they like, because we are so lack of emotional intelligence. So we choose everything on our emotions. And that's what's causing us to choose wrong, because we're not thinking outside the box. So he's cute. That makes me happy. I like him. He's rich. Makes me happy. I want to marry him, And he's not even a married-minded man. He's never been with one woman in his whole life. And you think your looks or your vagina is going to change that. But besides that point, I want to ask a question to the men. Are men even interested in vaginas anymore? Because it seems like they're focused only on head. They seem like they prefer oral. They prefer oral over vagina.
That's a red flag, though, Delphine, for a woman. If a man is only trying to get you to suck his dick, that should be a glaring red flag for a woman that he's only interested in the sex, nothing more. Because, look, men who are marriage-minded, husband-minded, family-minded, father-minded, Delphine, they're not, first thing out of their mouth is going to be, oh, yeah, I need that sloppy toppy. Like that. They're not going to talk like that. They're not going to talk.
It's true. Well, he's 100% correct, yeah. It's true.
See, that shows the type of woman I am and who I will put up with in my life, right? I went out with this guy. Like, I've tried to stay very, like, respectable during this whole divorce process, even though my husband is with another woman. And this guy lifted up the center console in his pickup truck and unzipped his pants. I said, "You gotta go pee? What are we doing here?" Like, I think you're messing with the wrong woman. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen, but good for you.
But why do you think he felt so emboldened to do that, man?
And comfortable to do that.
Yeah, why do you think he felt so comfortable to do that? Because
I have no idea.
For every one of you, Beth, that says no, there's 10 others that say yes.
Well, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, my integrity is way too high for that. And that was never going to happen. I was like, cool, dude. I'll pay for the gas for your truck. My friends just paid for dinner. Please drop me off at my house. And see you later, alligator.
Yeah, but that is right there a telltale sign. You know, and this is what women need to start being more keen to, man. Like Delphine said. And it's both men and women in 2025, but we get these feelings of infatuation early on. It's that honeymoon phase. We're clouded by all the, ooh, they're handsome, they're pretty, they're tall, they're this, they make good money, they make me laugh. Oh my God, they got, perfect white pearly teeth that glisten every time they smile. And we get so infatuated that then 2 seconds later, bang, 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 we're in the bed. And the next thing you know, there's a fucking child on the way. And it never works out. That's why you got so many single mothers out here. What's their story? Almost every last one of them, their story is what? He was a great guy in the beginning, and then he turned into an asshole. Well, did he turn into an asshole before or after you got in the bed? And it's typically after. Yeah, because that motherfucker was only out for sex. He got what he wanted. He didn't truly care about you. He didn't truly care about your well-being. He didn't truly care about taking care of you and making you a wife and making you a mother and creating a family. He didn't care about that shit. But because you went off of your emotions, you gave up your one bargaining chip, that one chip you had to use to your advantage for leverage, you gave it up instantly and you lost the leverage at that point. Once that man gets the pussy, he wins. No matter what happens, he fucking wins. And women gotta understand this shit. That's why they gotta hold that shit dear to their fucking hearts. You have a leverage card, and you use that leverage to weed out the motherfuckers that don't give a shit about you. They only care about getting the nut off inside you. That's all they care about. Use that to your advantage, and this is where a lot of women go astray, because they give it up to too many men too fast, and then they create a reputation for themselves. And then the next set of guys that start approaching, most women, this is what sucks for women, is that once most women go down that path, there's a lot of telltale signs that they're not even aware of that they give off, that give the vibe to the man, hey, I've been promiscuous, I haven't cherished my body, or my womb, or whatever the case is. Most men can pick up on that. And what's sad is most women, because they give off those vibes, they turn the good men off, and all they attract are men who only want sex because they're giving off the sexual Batman signal. And that's all they seem to attract. So, like I said, this is what we need to start teaching our young girls, as far as the point of valuing themselves and valuing their bodies. It's 2025. Again, I'm not expecting a woman to be a virgin nowadays. I don't think any rational man is. But what we're looking for is that valuable asset that you had between your legs. How did you use it? If all you fucked was a bunch of ain't shit, no good niggas with face tattoos and pants sagging and couldn't hold a job, and they were taking your paycheck and spending it on bullshit while they weren't working and eating up all your food and living on your couch being a homosexual, then as a man, I'm going to be like, then why should I work hard for something you've given out for pretty much free? And that's the mentality most good men have. They don't want to come sloppy seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths after a bunch of bums. Now, if you were out there, okay, you had sex with a couple guys, maybe you got a body count of 3 at the age of 25, 30, whatever. But all 3 of those guys, they were solid relationships, 3-4 plus years long. It was a fruitful relationship. He was a decent guy. He held employment, whatever the case is, and for whatever reason it didn't work out. That's a much better pill to swallow for a guy than the previous scenarios that I painted. And that's what a lot of women don't get, they don't understand, is they end up shooting themselves in the foot before they even have a fucking chance.
But see, would you agree that, okay, because I have a son and a daughter, right? My son is my baby. Like, I love this kid to the end of the world and back. I love my daughter to the end of the world and back. But I look at him, and he has so much respect for himself that he's like, I don't want a hoochie mama out there. Like, and I'm like, I don't want you to have that either. Like, and he respects himself. But I look at his potential of females being 22 years old. I'm like, dude, man, you're screwed. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'll just stay single for the next, 5 years, whatever it takes. I don't want any of these women.
That's good.
And,
that's good.
He is not up for that type of bullshit.
And that's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah, not that he wants some girl that comes from the Mormon church over to him that says, I've never had sex with anyone, even though they probably did at that sleepover night at the church. But he's just like, no, I just want somebody good.
Right.
I only want to do a thing in life. Like, not that he hasn't had sex. I'm pretty sure he probably has. I don't ask him that part. I mean, there's nothing a mother needs.
That's gonna be an awkward conversation.
There's nothing that a mother needs to know. Right. But he's like, when I find the one, that's going to be the one. That is it. The one. And, there are a lot of young men out there that are getting fucked over by women. I'm just going to tell you that.
There's a lot of young women getting fucked over by men, too. It goes both ways.
But I'm not going to sit back and allow somebody to fuck my kid over. No, I'm sorry. What are your intentions? Because my son is good. My daughter, who knows? I'll probably have a guy crying at my door one day. Who knows what she'll do. But, we have to be realistic in this world, right? And seeing these young men being so strong and knowing what they want, they're more about, okay, no, my son will open a door for every person. It doesn't matter a man or a woman, but especially for somebody that's handicapped going in. And if he doesn't find a woman that matches up to his level, I don't think he'll give any time or money to him.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what these young men need to learn, because us as men, and I'm going through this right now with old ass men that are in their 50s and 60s that are my buddies. I'm having to teach them that the women of today are not the same women as our mothers and grandmothers and great grandmothers. Women have agency now. Women have liberty. Women have freedom now. They can do whatever the fuck they want, right? So those days of the woman being hunkered down under one man, staying in the house, taking care of the kids, cooking and cleaning, those days are fucking over with. So men have to be smarter now with how they navigate and how they vet women, because there's so many shitty women out there. And the majority of these women, from my personal experience that I've talked to, a lot of these women, I think, have hearts of gold. They're very, very sweet women, but because they weren't told the truth, they've opened themselves up to so many shitty men that have used and abused and burned them. They have taken on that bad energy, and that's what they're rolling with now. So, unfortunately, these women that have been used and abused, and this is why virginity and low body count is such a hot topic right now, and why men are so interested, because we understand that women take on trauma from sex, and it's not the same way as men. Men can have sex with a bunch of women. We don't take on that trauma the same way women do when they have sex and open themselves up to a bunch of men. What up, Blake?
What's up? That point that you was just making about like trauma or whatever. I know you don't do all that people groupie shit, but do you believe in that whole theory about what they say like exchanging energy or souls or some shit? What they say?
Like sexual energy, or I know, I forgot the term, but I know what you're talking about.
Like spiritual, like you become slightly spiritually connected to them, or like things, you give them, some things and they give you. Like I always wondered if soul ties. There you go, soul ties. Yeah. Now that I'm getting older, like, and I've said it to you in plenty of rooms. Like, if I had a time machine and I was able to go back even as a man, I would lessen my body count down, to be honest, because it's just, I don't know, man. The experience is one thing, but I just think, like, if you get experience with a woman, if you get lucky enough to find a woman that want to, while you're young or whenever you decide to get married, for both of y'all got a low body count or even none, I want to say for a man, 10 bodies at the most by the time he's 30 would be a nice count. You know what I mean? Would be a count that I would be like, oh, that's, I'm not too ashamed to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But I think, like, I don't know, it may sound real fucking, what do you call it? I don't know why I can't figure out words today, but like, hypocritical. Oh, hypocritical. Yeah, and right. To me, hypocritical, like, I know it's, and I'm not naive, and I'm not, like, I don't have serious, crazy expectations, but I do have expectations. And, it's a bit disappointing when you get the hunch that she got more than 10 partners. Yeah. And she about, and then here's the rule of thumb. For every one that she admits to, you have to add one and a possible. And that possible is the nigga that don't count. That one time when you only stuck your head in, that one time when you just want to forget that because, I didn't, I regret it. It's called post, what you call it, post-nut clarity? They got a little post-nut clarity. Yeah, and they like, man, I'm not calling that dude again,
Like, I've literally talked to women. I've talked to a shit ton of women. And I've literally heard out of their mouths, Blake, is I don't count this one, I don't count that one because
I don't count this one.
Right, we didn't get to finish it. I'm like, but did he finish it? Well, yeah, but we didn't finish, so it doesn't count. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, whatever.
Look, you know what I told her? You know what I told her? When a girl that tried to pull that same shit on me before. And I told her, well, every time I came under 2 minutes, that don't count either, because I ain't really get a good game in. That game didn't count.
Well, here's how you know. Here's how you know it's bullshit, Blake. Because if you went and cheated on your woman and said, "Well, I didn't come," it doesn't count, right? She wouldn't mind it.
She ain't going, dog. All I did was put the head in. I put the head in, babe. That's it. That's it.
Yep, I didn't cheat on you, babe. So I didn't bust a nut. So technically, it's not cheating. So you have nothing to be mad about.
Man, bro, and like, man, it's and I do feel bad for the young guys, man, the younger generation. I believe our generation was the beginning. I mean, they was wild in the 70s, they was wild in the 80s, but it was something spiritually that changed in our generation. The 90s kids, the kids that grew up in the 90s and shit, and went to high school in the 2000s, like, it's something. We were the beginning of that change where like, you started to notice the older you got, like about 18, you notice it really wasn't that hard to accomplish the goal. And through my I'm not bragging about it, but like, dude, I was a dog. I told her my story. My first marriage, I was a dog. I was young. We started very young. We started like, we had our kid at my first marriage, we had our kid at 19. And before that, I was really kind of a straight edge dude. I had one girlfriend all throughout high school. And then my long time a longtime friend, pretty much, is my ex-wife, my first ex-wife, and it was just crazy because we were young and dumb. I was young and dumber, and those separations when you get them, when you're young and we ain't together no more, that type of crap. That's when I just used to go wild, man. I just realized it wasn't that hard. No matter the age range, I was like 20 talking to a woman that was 35. Like all different ranges, and I just noticed the trend that there was a game you play the game, you do the dance, and then the goal happens, and then it's just like after that post-nut clarity, I had a couple enough post-nut clarities to start having some pre-clarity a little bit, when I started getting older. And when I got married again, I was actually a straight edge that go around. I was like, I ain't gonna do none of that BS I did in my first go. But me, I think that residual crap, like my experience, and affected my second ex-wife had enough experience, and she was the first person I actually had that honest powwow with about like body count. And when the body count came out, as I was getting to know her, and let me say this, we both were foolish because we were kind of like a rebound thing. You know what I'm saying? So we got together pretty quick, like quick and heavy, and started a family, and it was cool. I about a decade into that one, But when as I was getting to know her in them 10 years, I started to realize the body count's a little bigger than you said. You know what I'm saying? But I never made it a big deal. But in my heart, I was like, yeah, that nigga, I know you smash. You know what I'm saying? Because it'll be like people that come up or people that say hi to you in public. Oh, what's up, girl? I ain't seen you, And you like, yeah, you already know that was. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been through that. I've got a bunch of buddies that have been through that. When you're out with your girl, you got all these guys coming up. Hey, what's going on? Alexis, what's going on? Susie, what's going on? Brenda, you're like, who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Oh, we used to date. We used to hook up. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here, man? It's fucking embarrassing, and it crushes your soul. I got so many buddies. I've been through it. So many of my buddies have been through it. And just having honest conversations with these men with no women around, where there's no fear of offending women or pissing women off or getting them upset. Every last one will tell you it's a fucking stake in the heart when you have that situation happen to you. It's fucking embarrassing because now you're in the vicinity of all these guys. And guys, we can have this unspoken language, right? Where it's like, oh, hey nigga, how's my dick? You got my sloppy seconds, damn. I was nutting all over this chick's face. Now you wiped her up and giving her a whole ass bag, and I used to just nut and skeet all over her face and then have to contribute shit to her. Like, it's a horrible feeling, man. It's a bad feeling.
So I'm so glad you brought that up.
What happens?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up because, I think it's a statement to what men are attracted to. And I always say that because I've heard so many horror stories about that good guy. Well, I was a good guy and I did that, but good guys don't realize that their taste in women is always the women that every man wants.
What did you say? Nobody can understand your English. What did you say, Elfie? I
say good guys tend to be attracted to the women that every man wants.
That's fake news. That's horrible. Nobody's attracted to the horrible. What do you mean? The guys that wisen up, they realize, well, I'm in my 20s, almost in my 30s, and you have to wisen up and everything else like that. Guys wisen up sooner or later. You know what I mean? A guy that's 22 is a different guy that is 25, or a different guy that's 28, that's a different guy that's 33. So it's not the same thing, Delphine. It's just not the same thing. So
I just want to add to that just a little bit. I learned when I went on a dating site, I realized I've heard so much shit that men have been through. But what I'm noticing common, if you're cute, they don't ask you one motherfucking question. After all the bullshit they done been through, they caught their woman cheating. The kid wasn't mine. But if you're cute, you get a pass every single time. So it does happen. And then they be like, I did all this as if being a good guy solves trauma. It doesn't cure trauma. It doesn't cure cheating. I don't care how much money you make, how many degrees you got. It does not take away traumatized women, even though they have amazing sex. And they tend to go with the stuff that everybody wants. Just
but Delphine, like, just wait a second. Like, the women be like, wait a second. The women be like, I would be in psychology, therapy, and all the come, and nobody cares about the women's like degrees and everything else. Like, you want to know why? Because it doesn't make an absolute difference in our entire lives and everything else.
No,
don't come here and be like,
she's not talking about that. She's talking about the fact that she's 100% right. We as men, this is where we're fucking retarded, and we think with our little heads. She's right. It's the most attractive women that all the guys are going for. And most of us are retarded. Of course, so you gotta go fuck with women. Right. Because all we see is the beauty, and we're not searching in depth for what's beneath that beauty. And that's the cardinal mistake that men make. That's where we're retarded. That's where we're stupid. Our little heads lead us, and we end up getting ourselves in a bad situation. Because the women that everybody wants, the most attractive ones, those are typically the ones that grow up getting the most attention, getting the most from men offered without them having to give anything in return. So they grow this conflict. This is why we had a saying back in the day: if you wanted to get a good woman, get a fat, ugly girl, because they had the best personalities. Why did they have the best personalities? Because they didn't have their beauty. They didn't have their beauty to rely on, to lean on as a crutch. Right? They had the better personalities. It's usually the prettiest chicks that had the shittiest personalities and the most trauma. So Delphine is 100% right, and that's where. Yeah, what's up, Blake?
No, I was saying that's a good point about that, but I think that as an absolute has expired because you got to watch out for the thick and ugly ones too, though.
Well, yeah, now with social media, the fat ugly chicks are getting attention that they've in amount they've never gotten before, so that shit's gone to their head too. Yeah, so now even the fat ugly chicks walking around like they're dimes and 10 pieces and deserve the same treatment as supermodels do. You know? Yeah.
Oh,
but Delphine's 100%. Yeah, Delphine's 100% right. A lot of us good guys, we tend to see the beauty. We tend to skip out on the red flags and ignore the red flags. So us being good guys, we tend to fall in love with the girl that's got the trauma and the complexes, and we give this girl everything up front. We give her a ring, we give her money, we run ourselves ragged. And she's been throwing. It's the same thing as with the ancient, with the Pookies and Ray Rays. These women get with these Pookies, seeing all these signs. Like, bitch, he's got tattoos on his neck. He don't have a job. He sags his fucking pants. He you know, if you try to take him out to a nice function where you need to dress up nice, nigga got on a True Religion jeans and Jordans, thinking that's how you dress up for an occasion. Like, those are the red flags women ignore. We do the same exact thing. We see big tits, nice long flowing hair, a pretty face, a nice physique, and we fucking ignore all the red flags, and then we end up getting burned. And then we do the same thing as the women. We get traumatized, and then we think, oh, all women ain't shit. All these hoes are bitches, and that's how we end up getting blackpilled. Women do the same thing. They start off nice and pure. They start off with good intentions, and they run into the fucking bad boys that use them, abuse them, and burn them up. And then now it's all men are dogs. All men ain't shit. And this is where the problem is. So no, Delphine is 100% correct.
So the Pookie and Ray Rays give you the women lots of attention because women love attention, and they tell them they're pretty, and they just keep coming at them and just keep chasing. But the good guys feel like they the prize. So why chase? Because I got this, I got a nice car, I got my own house, I got 3 degrees, so they're the prize. And the woman wants to be the prize. And that's why Pookie and Ray Rays beat over good guys, because they feel like, how could she go into him but I got all of this? Because he makes her feel good. You see?
You know what? Nobody, look, this is actual fact. No actual man gives a fuck about what degree you have, or how many sociology classes you have, or how many feminist study you have, how many law degrees you have, or how many medical degrees you have. The fact is, no guys cares. If you're good looking, you're good looking. And if you're good looking, you're going to find a man. If you're good looking, a man is going to wipe you up. And 100% they're going to be like, well, yeah, you look good, or whatever. It has nothing to do with what education studies come from. A man can literally meet a homeless woman and be like, well, yeah, she's kind of cute, like, let's just hang out. Of course, she's just like, yeah, okay. You understand? But the problem is, like, that you act like men actually give a fuck what the woman earns. My missus earns like half the money I earn. Honestly, I don't even give a fuck how much she earns. Because I pay for the mortgage, I pay for absolutely everything. So when she's like, well, yeah, darling, this is your present for Christmas, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, what is it, you know? And she's like, oh, well, yeah, we're going to have dinner with your family. I'm like, well, I bought it for the rest of the year, so, like, great. No man gives a shit about what that woman earns. They just don't give a fuck.
I agree with you. I think there's some miscommunication between you and I, but I agree with you.
No man cares. Like, I don't care. Like, my woman, she's allegedly, she earns money in taxes and everything else like that. But I don't give a fuck, bro. It doesn't work that way because what women earn in your life really doesn't make a fucking difference. It just doesn't. It's a horrible thing. And they really think these modern women, they think, well, yeah, well, no. My woman, I told her the best thing you do, stay in shape, look beautiful, stay hot, stay sexy, and then that's the way we keep the relationship. It's the same way as like if I become broke, you're gonna replace me like 2 weeks minimum. You know, if I become broke, she's gonna replace me. If she becomes fat and ugly, I'm gonna replace her. It's the exact same thing. So I don't understand all this bullshit. It's horrible.
Yeah, hey, Sig. Hey, KP.
What's going on, Al? Merry Christmas, bro. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, and enjoy the first Christmas with your daughter. That'll be fun.
Thank you, Al. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but yeah, I was going to say what Blake said about, even guys should limit themselves. I don't know. I mean, I think it would be a crime against humanity if I had limited myself and denied women the opportunity to experience me, because yes, I am that good. But no, but really the problem is, and let me tell you this: before the internet, even if you were a guy who is just going out to get laid and you were burning women, yeah, baby, I'll call you, and you never did. You still had to make the effort. You still had to get dressed, go out, go to a club, meet the girl, call, get her number, have some game, call her, then take her out, take her to dinner, and then you had sex with her, and then you never called her. But let me tell you, once the internet hit, and believe me, I was there, it was like everyone was like kids in a candy shop. Like, wow, I get to have sex with no effort. And it was on both sides. And I think we're still living in that. Yeah, I think we're still living in that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't been, when I was first on Clubhouse, it was either, NFTs or relationship rooms. But what I remember is guys will text a girl and say, hey, you up? And if she says, yeah, you go over and you're doing it, was one example. It's just too damn easy. So the point is women are getting burned more and more often. And they think, yeah, I'm a strong, independent woman. No, you're still a woman. Same as from 5,000 years ago. And like everything you said, Sig and Blake, or an energetic connection, however you want to do it, however you want to say it. Yeah, they're getting burnt. And I'll end with this. They forgot that, in the modern world, women can do whatever they want, but so can men. And everything that, all of the rules and social norms that that at least tried to contain men who like were the Ray-Rays of their time. There's no more guardrails on them. So, yeah, it's bad.
I think, to go back to that point, Alan, with the soul ties and stuff, like, just like teaching our kids about sex, right? We want to teach our kids abstinence is the best way to go, but we know reality is kids are out here fucking, right? So I think it's stupid to only teach your kids abstinence. I think you need to give them the full spectrum of how the real world works. Say, hey, abstinence is your best bet. It's the best way to go. That's the best move you can make. But we understand kids have raging hormones. They have feelings. They don't have a full grasp and understanding of how the world operates. Kids are going to do dumb kid shit. So if you ever find yourself in that situation, here's option B. And then here's option C. So I think giving them all the options is there. So when it goes back to the soul ties thing, I think the best thing a man and woman can do is hold on to their virginity and give themselves to each other under the umbrella of marriage. I think that's the number one best thing to do because that's how it used to work and that's how we got here in the first fucking place, right? Now, it's 2025. Let's get into reality, okay? We understand most women are out here fucking. And most women are out here fucking at 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. That's just the reality of it. We understand most women have had access to pornography. Most women have had access to some bullshit-ass female podcast that's talking about, all the sexual fantasies and, oh my God, this guy had a fucking 8-inch dick and just fucking dominated the fuck out of me and I came so many times. And, like, women have access to this shit. They have access to 50 Shades of Grey now, They have access to all the shit that women didn't used to have access to. So women understand what good sex is. And this is the same thing I taught my sons. Ultimately, yeah, your best bet, just keep your dick in your pants and focus on making your money and then worry about women and sex later once you're established and you have a good safety net that you build to fall back on in case you get burned or something bad happens. But what I taught my sons, especially my son going to college, is, hey, odds are the girl that you meet is already gonna have a body or 2 or 3 on her, right? So she understands what sex is. So as a man, sex is important to women in 2025. You need to know how to lay the pipe. What you don't want is to get with a woman who's had good dick, and then she meets you, and your dick is lame, and now she's got an excuse to fucking bounce on you, right? And become dissatisfied. That's just the reality, man. You talk to these women, this is the fucking reality of 2025.
Yeah, what I have to push back on that. I think that's a terrible reality.
Well, let me finish. I'll give you ever has been in history. If you're gonna dabble in it and get experience, wrap it up. Be smart. Be safe. If she looks like she's just a straight whore that gives up to 5-10 guys a day, stay away from her because no condom you put on your dick is gonna keep you from that, from getting burned with that type of woman. But if you do it, play it smart and get yourself some sexual experience. Then that way, at least you got something in your back pocket for when you do meet your girl, you can throw the dick on her and she's satisfied sexually. So, again, I think virginity on both parts, marriage umbrella, the traditional way, I think that's the best route to go, but we understand it's 2025. I think that's the next best thing. But I don't see, as far as the soul ties goes with what Blake was saying, I don't think the soul ties thing is more of an adverse thing towards industry to prove that. If you look at most female porn stars, they're down in the fucking gutter. Drug addiction, alcohol addiction, suicide, STD rates, just women when they have sexual exposure to a lot of men that are alcoholics. Most male porn stars, they get out of the porn industry, they're living normal lives. They get married, they have a family, they have kids. They're not down and out to the same tune and same degree that the women are that have all that sexual exposure. So that's just my opinion. But go ahead,
I just I just think like it's like you have to have standards and everything else like that. And I just feel like the last since the sexual revolution in the 1960s, men and women equally have failed every single generation. It's horrible. Like my generation, I'm like, we're dealing with people that just come horrible. They'll be like, well, yeah, I have like on OnlyFans and something else like that. You can't deal with that. You're not a strong man. I'm like, yeah, but you're still a slut anyway. It's horrible. we're dealing with people that are just sick people, kryptonite people, and everything else like that. And I just think like you've just cheapened it. Honestly, right now, it's just cheapened the value of women. You know, it's literally cheaper in Australia, in the United. Wait a second, like a woman in real life. It's a horrible thing. I don't do that because I'm a missus, but it's just terrible. Well, other friends are telling me. If just keeping it like the value of sex is nothing. Like if you want to get some pussy, you can get some pussy. So you don't even need that. You can just go out at a nightclub. You can be like, well, yeah, how you doing? And you can just talk to her. You can talk to her, and you can go fuck her at the end of the night. Simple. So it's like it's done with the last generation. It's absolutely done. If you ask any man or woman from 18 to 25, and they'll tell you the truth. They'll be like, well, have you had sex? They'll be like, yeah, of course I have. You know what I mean? Because it's like, there's no value in it, you know? And people can flip around at all whatsoever. I don't understand anything like that you're doing. But at the same time, it's a horrible, horrible thing because at the same time, because it's like, that's what the dating is so fucked because it's like, if you can get pussy so easily, why would other guys be like, well, yeah, I can be with this girl, whatever, you know? It's horrible. It's almost like you have to be with them since high school, everything else like that. Because other than that, because it's just horrible, horrible thing, you know? Yeah. But yeah, I just want to finish that.
Wanted to chime in, bro. And we got Mama K on stage. Merry Christmas, Mama K. I know Nick wanted to chime in. I'm going to give him the mic and then we'll let Mama K go. Mama K's new to the stage. But yeah, go ahead, Nick. Welcome. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, me too. No. Back to what you're saying, Sig. But Sig, you're 100% right. The male porn stars versus female porn stars. Like the guy can mess around with like 100 women and just be fine, right? He can recover from it, but the woman can't. Like once she has a high body count.
Don't say that. Don't say that. We've learned for the last 10 years. Don't do this.
Let him finish his point before you.
It's so fucking annoying, Sick, bro. It's so annoying.
But hold on, A-Check. We're gonna be respectful. Nobody cut you off while you were talking. I get it if you disagree. That's fine. Hold your disagreement, and you can challenge him. But at least let him get his point out and finish. But go ahead.
No, but because with the guy with the high body count, he has to bring value to get that. The women, she doesn't. It's men fuck who they can. Women fuck who they want. But men marry who they want. Women marry who they can. There's a difference. So, like to Sig's point, like the guy can have a lot of sexual partners or whatever, but eventually he can turn that off and settle down and be a husband, a father, whatever. A woman can't. Once she has a high body count, she's damaged goods. She can't recover like the men can. And there.
Mama K, did you wanna chime in? Welcome. What's going on, Splot? Welcome. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Sig. Thank you. I appreciate the space. So you had mentioned how you were encouraging abstinence. My daughter got married at 21. She married the first boy she dated. She's 28. They have 3 children, and now they're currently getting divorced.
Oh,
she
shit.
felt like
Okay.
She felt like she didn't get to experience life in its fullest. She feels like there are better things and bigger things out there for her that she didn't get to see and experience from the get-go. And she regrets getting married so early. And it's not necessarily about the age of marriage, but being abstinent until marriage and being a virgin, it can have its downfalls because you may wonder for the rest of your life, well, I didn't know what he was like, but I trusted him and we had this chemistry enough to get married, but now I'm not happy. Is there something better? Is there something bigger? Is there something, whatever it is, maybe. And so I kind of respectfully disagree with waiting. And I mean, I love your point, like waiting for marriage, to have sex. But I also like how you said, if it's not just about educating our children about abstinence, it's teaching them the education so that they can be safe. Because I have a 17-year-old daughter who's been active sexually. And, we've had the pregnancy scare and all, things like that. And it's nerve-wracking as a parent, right? But I finally had a talk with her because she knew, she knows about the birds and the bees and how things work. They go to sex ed. Most of the kids in school these days have the sex ed class in 6th grade, 7th grade. So they know how things work. But I think as I've been listening to this conversation, women and men both are being generalized as a whole. Nobody is saying most or some men, some women, most, or in my experience, right? It's just all women, all men are going to be this way, that way, XXX, and we're put into a category. And so I have high moral values. I'm 53, almost 54, and I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 11 years. I've been married twice, and I don't regret my experiences. And I'm glad that I was able to, test my virginity, if you will, and, that's the wrong word. I was able to explore my sexuality with a couple different men before I got married, so I knew what I was up against. Because, like I said, if you don't get a sample, you may not like what you get, and you may want to throw it back. So, thank you for letting me share. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Merry Chris.
So real quick, I just want to ask Mama K a couple questions based on that. And I appreciate your honesty.
Please ask them real questions, please.
Hey, check, relax, bro. Relax. But no, I appreciate her candidness and honesty with this conversation. So, as a mother to your daughter, let me ask you, who's filing? You said they're going through a divorce, or they are divorced?
They are currently going through a divorce. It's been about 8 weeks since she requested it. They're going through mediation right now.
Okay.
And she's filing.
Okay. And what is her reason for filing?
Because, well, she feels like, one, he's like having a fourth child because he dead scrolls and he watches sports. He doesn't help around the house. She does everything. And when she asks for help, simple things like just, can you help with the kids? Can you maybe pick up some toys? Basic dad stuff, be supportive of your spouse. You live in the house together. Please pull your weight. That's not too much to ask, logically and realistically speaking, in my opinion. And so she's like, I'm tired of being chief cook and bottle washer with no help. And the moment she says something, he'll come around for a couple days and he'll do a few things and he'll help, but he falls right back into his old behavior. And she just said, this is not for me.
Okay, let me ask you, who's the breadwinner in that relationship?
They both work equally.
Okay, I asked who's the breadwinner, not who works equally. Who's the breadwinner? Whose salary contributes more to paying the bills of the house?
They're actually the same. They're about 50-50.
So they go half and half on everything. The mortgage,
they make about the same amount. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. I asked who's the breadwinner, so meaning whose paycheck contributes more to paying for the finances of the family.
Well, they have a joint account, so it's just, you just take it out of the joint account. So you're right, it is 50-50.
Okay, so it's 50-50. Okay. My next question is, do you think your daughter, how many kids do they have together?
They have 3. One's 5, and they have twins that are 2.5.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen? Your daughter files this divorce, and she puts herself back out on the dating market. Statistically, well, first of all, what is her goal to divorce and put herself back out on the single market? What is her goal?
Eventually, I think that she wants to find somebody who is just more compatible. Also, it's a religious-based issue as well, where she feels like she's not necessarily in a crisis, if you will, but she's questioning her faith in Christianity and doesn't feel like she has to go to church or go to, every activity that they have that is Christian faith-based, and he does.
Okay. My next question is, your daughter divorces, the divorce goes through. How old are your grandkids?
5.5 and almost 3.
Okay, so she's got 2 very, very young children. Okay, so 9 times out of 10, custody is probably going to be awarded to her, primary custodianship of the kids, right? Yes. Just statistically speaking. So with her now being a single mother with primary custody of the children, what do you think her odds are statistically of her being able to accomplish that goal, being newly single and freshly divorced with two young small kids?
She actually has 3 because the 2.5-year-olds are almost 3-year-olds are twins.
Oh, they're twins. Okay,
so
gotcha.
She's got 3 kids. Yeah,
okay, 3 small children. Okay.
So, and I honestly can't give you a statistic, but I can say that based on her personality, her willingness to work, and her education and her career. She's a nurse. She's a pediatric nurse. That she's well established. I mean, she's got a good chunk of money put away for herself, just because that's what I taught her. And like, you never know. You may come into an emergency, and so I think that she has a good overall package for herself to present to a future partner. But I don't know. I haven't dated for forever.
Okay.
So I don't know what's out there.
So
I've listened, and
Okay.
Sig, let me go after you when you're
okay. Yeah, because I want to get to a couple points here. You're giving me some good information, Mama K.
Okay.
So she makes her own money. She's got a career. She's got an education, right? So she's got the provision aspect covered to be able to provide for herself and the children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Traditionally, what role does a man play in a relationship between a man and a woman?
The breadwinner.
The protector and provider, right?
Yes, and she still wants that.
Yeah, but
because she's lacking. She hasn't had it.
Right. But here's the thing, though, Mama K. Let me put it to you in another term.
Okay.
I want a $250,000 Lamborghini Hurricane, but I only make $40,000 a year. I want that, and I've never had that. Do you think I deserve that, or statistically I can afford that or sustain that?
No, you can't, because you're on your right.
Right. Okay. So essentially, that's the same scenario your daughter is in. I'm gonna be honest with you. Any man that she's looking for, that's going, and most women, hands down, I'm sure part of the reason why your daughter has contempt for her current husband is because she has to work 50-50 and her finances have to go towards the house. So in her mind, she feels because you're not 100% the breadwinner and I'm having to work and contribute, therefore there are certain things you're going to have to help in, or certain things I expect out of you because of that. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, go ahead. That's
not how she sees it. She just wants some moral support. She's not getting it. He pays the bills. They go out on date nights every Wednesday. They've had a solid relationship for 8 years, but she's tired of just busting her ass like for 10. She does 4 10s plus, based on nursing, whatever's needed. And then she comes home late at night and she's got to cook and clean and do laundry, and he's sitting on the couch. It's not about money.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. This is part of the problem of women having agency now in modern times. Is because women are going out there and putting their energy into some corporation that doesn't give a shit about them. They don't have 100% energy to take care of the household, which is what their primary duty is. And this is a problem you're finding in a lot of relationships. And a lot of women are feeling the same way your daughter feels. Is that and I just noticed you just said he pays the bills. So who's the breadwinner? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because that's
they
crucial.
Both pay everything 50-50.
Okay, because you just said he pays the bills, so that's why I'm trying to.
No, he pays part of the bills because he works, but that's all he does.
Okay, so I mean the thing is this: men, when it comes to caring for children, men aren't biologically wired to nurture and care for children in the same way women do. This is why it's crucial for a man to be the breadwinner. So 100% of that woman's energy is reserved for the household and the children. All right, that's the only time I've seen it work. But if a woman's got to go out there and exhaust herself out in the world and then come home, she expects help from her husband. Well, it'd be the same as if the husband's saying, okay, well, fine. If I'm going to help you with domestic duties, I need you to help me change the oil in the car. I need you to help me change the brakes. I need you to help me hop on the roof and pound a couple shingles in and clean out the gutters and rake the leaves and shovel the snow outside and do all those external duties that men are more comfortable and more prone to doing. And a lot of women don't understand that, Mama K, is that if I were to ask my wife, hey, help me clean the gutters, help me put some shingles on the roof after a storm, help me change the oil on the cars, help me change the brakes on the cars, help me do a tune-up on the cars, help me patch this crack in the sidewalk, in the pavement, or help me re-cement this step that's chipping on the front porch or whatever. Most women would not want to do that. They look at that man in disgust and be like, I'm not a man. Why am I doing that? Men feel the same way when a woman is trying to obligate them to do domestic duties. But the point where we come between a rock and a hard place, Mama K, is that if a man has a woman set up to go out there and work because he needs her income to maintain that household and maintain that lifestyle, you're going to see what you see now. And this is why the divorce rates are so high. And this is why the majority of women are in the same situation as your daughter, filing 70 to 80% of divorces for this exact same reason. So and I'm telling you right now, just being honest with you, Mama K, and looking at the stats, and I've dated for the past 3 years divorce. I've talked to well over 200 women, Mama K, and I've done it as a social experience, picking their brains, asking them questions about the relationships, why they divorced, why they left. It's the same story over and over again, Mama K. These women have been on these dating apps for years and years and years because they get FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. I see social media, I see all these other women. They've done all these fantabulous things, which are all make-believe. They look great on social media and as you're scrolling, but it doesn't align with reality and what true relationships and true marriages go through. These women think the grass is greener on the other side. And what happens is that they don't understand how men think. And most men don't want to deal with a woman with small children. Do you know why that is? Especially you children that aren't theirs.
Forget small children, no children. No children.
Yeah, but small children makes it even worse. Mama K, do you know
children, no children.
Right, but if they're older, most men will concede, and there's a reason why they concede.
Because
to my point up.
They don't want to support. They don't want to stop talking.
Nobody wants to deal with the baby mama.
AJ, thank you. Sir, excuse me, please. We're having a conversation.
Just chill. Let me rap with Mama K for a little bit, and then I'll open up the floor.
Well, yeah, I gotta go after.
Men don't want to support other people's children. They don't feel like it's their responsibility.
Right, and why is that? Where does that stem from, Mama K?
Because they're not their kids.
But do you know the root? The biological and evolutionary root of that feeling that most men have, is because men over tens of thousands of years of evolution, this is hardwiring, okay? We've had to go out and put our lives on the line for resources. The first thing is we don't want to die for somebody else's kids, trying to procure resources, okay? That's number one. Secondly is that if you notice, a lot of animals in the animal kingdom, and men used to do this back in the day before society got as civilized as it is now. Whenever a woman came to the scene with young offspring from another man, you know what happened to those offspring?
They get eaten.
they kill them.
Yeah.
And do you know why they kill them?
Because they don't want them in their herd or their group or whatever.
Nah, because I can't risk putting my life on the line to procure resources for offspring that may grow up and try to dethrone me.
Oh, okay.
So this is all this is all evolution in history. So it's all hardwired. Even though times have changed, we're in these modern times where that's not a threat anymore. It's still tens of thousands of years of evolution and hardwired. It's the same reason why women, no matter what, I can grab 1,000 random women off the street. They want a man who's taller, stronger, smarter, brings more resources to the table. Even though women can provide and protect for themselves nowadays, the safety issue isn't as adverse as it used to be. But because women have been hardwired for tens of thousands of years, that's naturally what they want, even though the modern times don't reflect those times. Does that make sense?
Makes complete sense. Oh.
Okay, so what I'm getting... Oh, go ahead.
Please, you first.
Yeah, what I was getting to, Mama K, is that you see a ton of women in your daughter's situation and they think the grass is greener on the other side. It doesn't sound like her husband is abusive, doesn't sound like he's kicking her ass, doesn't sound like he's, it just sounds like he's a typical guy. He wants to watch his sports and he's not interested in doing domestic duties the same way she wouldn't be doing external duties, right, outside of the house. So what happens is these women think the grass is greener on the other side and they get out there in the dating market. And what they realize is there's a bunch of guys who tell them everything that they want to hear. Oh, you're a great mom. You're this and that. Oh, you make money. You got an education, a degree. Wow, good for you. And these men get in their pants and sleep with them, and then next thing you know, these men have mentally checked out soon after they've had sex with these women. And so what happens is these women hop from guy to guy to guy to guy because these guys are telling them everything that they want to hear. The guys are savvy to this game now, Mama K. It's brutal out here, I'm telling you. It's brutal. So they lead these single, and people look at divorcees and single mothers as easy prey because we look at them as, damn, you had a good husband. Okay, that little bit of shit, you broke up your family for that? You left for that? You put yourself in this situation for that? We look at that as you make horrible fucking decisions. So therefore, if you make horrible decisions, all I'm going to do is lead you on with everything you want to hear, sleep with you, and then I'm out. And it's not going to work. And this is the majority of women that put themselves in your daughter's situation. They think the grass is greener on the other side, Mama K. 90% of the time, it's not. And there's a whole social media stream of women crying their fucking eyes out in the same situation as your daughter, regretting the decision of breaking up their family because of that. So it's just the honest truth. Statistically, I'm not saying it's impossible for your daughter, but her education, her career, all that stuff, that's working against her. The fact that she has 3 young children, here's the thing, men want to be number one in a woman's life.
Of course.
We want, and if we have to get pushed on a back burner for some other man's kids, I'm telling you, it's going to be a turnoff to most men. They're going to tell her what she wants to hear in the beginning, and she's going to notice after she sleeps with them, they're going to change for the worse because they're going to lose interest after that because they had no interest in the first place. And that's just the reality of it, Mama K. But go ahead, you can finish and I'll open up the floor.
Are you saying that maybe she should hold out again sexually so that she can say, you know what, look, we've got a relationship built.
No, you're not understanding.
I'm understanding. I'm just saying in the future.
Yeah, let her get her question out so you guys can understand what her question is, and then I'm going to give Alan.
Right. So in the future, she meets a guy, she dates him, she doesn't sleep with him, she doesn't give it up, right? But they build a solid relationship. Are you saying that maybe she shouldn't sleep with him because then she'll find out if the relationship is worthwhile?
No, because she was a hoe and she had 3 kids before the guy.
No, she wasn't a hoe, A-Check. She was married. A-Check, did you listen to what she's not a hoe. She saved her virginity for her husband. Like, come on, A-Check. Y'all got to listen.
Yeah, listen. I'm on it. I'm on a time constraint.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to talk to her before my time is cut short. Some of what I'm going to say may seem harsh. It isn't.
I can take it.
Nice. Yeah, no.
I can take it. I think.
But let me put it Let me put it a little more firmly than what Sig said. No guy wants a woman who's got 3 kids. If she's
nobody,
if she wants,
get my balls shut off.
A-check. So her chances, she will find men who want to sleep with her. If she holds out, they will lose interest, is my guess. But this is first of all, if I was her father, the first thing I would do, and assuming I was bigger than her husband, the first thing I would do was beat the crap out of him. Because, everything you said, Sig, I agree with, but no, I don't. Well, I got to go. But the second thing is, things will get better. She shouldn't divorce.
Yeah.
When they enter school, it'll be better. And speaking of which, my current entanglement is here. So I got to go. But yes, things will get better. And it's hard when they're young. Once they enter school, she can explore things like arts and whatever she wants to do.
Yeah, Alan's 100% right, Mama K. This is typically what we see with women. It's they get in their feelings and they think they've hit a brick wall, and they're just at a full stop, right? And this is the feelings, this is emotion, and a lot of this has to do with comparisons on social media, the outside world. With all we see is all the good, great parts of marriages and life and things like that. And we tend to soak that in, especially women do, and think that that's reality, and it's not. Reality is actually what your daughter is living in. Sounds like your daughter's got a pretty decent husband. He's a pretty decent guy. And especially she gets out there on a dating market. And I'm not saying it's impossible, Mama K, but the odds are working against